Hey, I'd just like to personally thank you before anything for enrolling in my Spanish course. I spent the past 5 years tutoring and teaching students in Spanish in a variety of ways. I know that there are a variety of teaching methods and ways that people learn, but through my experience, I feel like this course will be really helpful to you. And as always, if you don't find it helpful, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee. I specifically designed this course myself because I was tired of seeing people use those apps that only teach you how to say apple, tree, wood, but don't meaningfully teach you how to actually get to speak Spanish and build your own sentences. This course will have you writing your own sentences within the first day of taking it, I guarantee. And on top of that, this course is self-paced. It's not accelerated, and it goes as fast as you want it to. Whenever you have time to study or continue with the videos and lessons, you may do so at your own pace, so there's no pressure or anything like that. Now, this course on top of everything also offers a variety of resources that are downloadable and attachable to the videos as well. Now, this course, of course, is for students that are self-motivated, that really truly want to learn Spanish on their own terms and also acquire the language in their own time. If you are not a self-directed student, perhaps this might not be the best course for you, but if you self-discipline yourself, then you may do well. This course has a variety of things, from grammar introductions to vocabulary expansion skills and more. I personally designed this syllabus, so therefore you know what to expect. This course, on top of everything else, offers not only the basics, but how to apply the basics in a conversation. This course also has lessons in speaking, writing, and of course, listening. It's very important, on top of everything, to also build your reading skills in Spanish. This course is not like your typical app or website, Spanish101.com, that just teaches you words and that's it. You know, when you try to visit a Spanish country, you're not just going to say water, agua, right? You're going to want to know how to say, can I please, or may I please get a glass of water? This is what this course intends for you to learn. How to pick up language on your own time, without the nerves, stress, or pressure of a classroom. Now, it's very important that you do this in this course, because by doing so, you will be applying these lessons to your real-life interactions with Spanish. I don't know why you want to learn Spanish. Perhaps you want to travel abroad to a Spanish-speaking country. Perhaps you just always wanted to learn this skill. Nonetheless, it is a great thing. I always say that learning another language is an awesome, awesome thing to do, and a great way to spend your time. I think that we should all, learn more than one language. Now, Spanish has its benefits, of course. If you live in the West, it is one of the most spoken languages after English. On top of that, there are a variety of countries in Latin America and also Africa and even Asia that utilize Spanish as one of their main languages. So by doing so, you'll be expanding your horizons tremendously. Spanish is a great language and it is easy to learn, but I must admit a little bit hard to master. But no worries, because that's where this course comes in to meld the gaps. So that is another thing that we want to talk about. Perhaps you already have some experience with Spanish, perhaps you have none at all. Not to worry, this course will address both students, because whether you just began learning Spanish or know a little bit of background information, the basics will serve as a refresher to the student who already learned Spanish in a classroom previously, and to the brand new student, this will be useful basic information. On top of everything, this course also has a more personal touch to it, as I will be also offering you some simulated conversation prompts and more, so it makes you feel like you're actually speaking to a Spanish speaker without the nerves or pressure. Of course, on top of everything else, I offer exclusive resources in this course that only students that take it can access. I truly hope that you appreciate this course and that you learn something from it. It took a while to get this all together, but I hope it truly helps you out in your adventure of learning Spanish. And as always, if you have any questions, you can personally reach me as well. So let's begin. Here you go, on your way to learning Spanish. See you in the next video. Welcome to the first video. In this video we will be covering some foundational Spanish elements and also important lessons on some introductory grammar. Now Spanish is composed, just like in English, of nouns, verbs, adjectives, and so forth. These I like to call the building blocks of the language because if you piece them together you will be able to create sentences using the language. Now, it's very important that we learn the definition of each of these before proceeding, because even if you're a little familiar with them, it's best to have this as a refresher so you remember exactly what it is you're using. Also, because as this course progresses, I will be referring to these through their names in Spanish, so I don't want you to get left behind, and so forth. So let's begin. First thing I'll talk about today in this video is the noun, which in Spanish is called a sustantivo, un sustantivo. Now we have two types of nouns. We have common nouns and proper nouns. Common nouns refer to the things that I've mentioned previously, a person, place, or thing, but a proper noun is a particular one of these. So just know that that is the two differences between the two types of nouns. But overall, un sustantivo is a noun. Next we have a verb. In Spanish, a verb is called un verbo. Un verbo is how it's pronounced. And a verb is a word that's used to describe an action, state, or occurrence. So remember, an action, state, or occurrence. So walking, talking, singing, things like that. That is what a verb is, un verbo. Afterwards, we have an adjective. In Spanish, an adjective is pronounced as un adjetivo. Again, un adjetivo. An adjective is a word or phrase that names an attribute or characteristic added to a grammatically related noun to describe it or modify it. So in simpler terms, think of something that modifies, a word that modifies a noun. So like the yellow dog or the cold water. In those two examples, yellow and cold would be the adjectives because they modify the nouns dog and water. Then we have an article. In Spanish, an article is pronounced as un artículo. Un artículo. So an article is very important to Spanish because we don't really use them in a mandatory kind of manner in English as we do in Spanish. For example, if I say I play basketball, I would be considered correct in English by saying that sentence. But in Spanish, this would be wrong because it is missing the article. So what is an article? An article is basically the of a sentence that goes before the noun. So for example, let's say you're talking about a basketball or the table. Before table, there was the word the. That would be the article. So therefore, in English, it's relatively easy because no matter if it's one thing or multiple things, we still use the. So for example, the table, the chair, the television, and so forth. But in Spanish, it's a little bit more in-depth because in Spanish, articles are modified by gender and by plurality. So by plurality, I mean if it's one or more than one. So plurality, singularity. So therefore, articles change in Spanish depending on the gender and the plurality or singularity of the noun. This is very important because they must always agree, whether it's masculine or feminine, or singular or plural. This is very important and must happen before the noun in Spanish. So let me give you two examples of this in Spanish. Yo como la comida. Again, yo como la comida. This sentence translates to I eat the food. And let's analyze the structure a little bit. We have yo, I, como, eat, la comida. We know that comida is the noun here because it comes right after the article, which is la. And the reason why we use la A ending is because the noun is also an A ending. So what does that mean? That means that the noun is feminine. Therefore, that means that we have to use a feminine article, because nouns in Spanish are assigned by gender. So we have masculine nouns and feminine nouns. It's the way the language is written. And I know we don't have this in English, so it's a weird concept to think about. So then afterwards, in Spanish, and also in English, we have what is called the pronoun. In Spanish, the pronoun is pronounced as el pronombre. And basically, we have two types. We have the subject pronoun, which is el pronombre de sujeto, and then the object pronoun, which is pronombre de objeto. Now, let me first break this down. What is a pronoun? Un pronombre. A pronoun is a word that can function by itself and refers to the participants in the sentence. For example, I, you, me, he, she, and so forth. Or it can mention something that is outside of the two participants. So for example, they, it, this, and so forth. Now, it is important to think about this because this is a huge part of Spanish. We have subjects, sujetos, who come at the beginning of sentences often to tell us who is the person, the subject, doing the action, el verbo, the verb. And so therefore, we need to think about pronombres, pronouns, a lot. So now let's break down the subject pronoun, known as the pronombre de sujeto in Spanish, and the object pronoun, known as the pronombre de objeto in Spanish. The subject pronouns in Spanish, there are approximately 6 of them. And I like to pair them together into 6 because it makes it easier to remember them. And also because they share similar conjugations, which is something we'll be talking about later. Do not worry about that word. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there are 6 different types of subject pronouns in Spanish. But in this course, I will only be teaching you 5 out of the 6, because the 6th one is only used in Spain. I'm sure you've heard of it or seen it before if you've studied Spanish before, and it is the vosotros and vosotras. I do not teach that subject pronoun, but just know it is there, and it is only used in Spain pretty much. So it's a regional subject pronoun. For international Spanish and Latin American Spanish, the other 5 are used. And here are the following pronombres de sujeto en español. Los 5 son, 5 are, that you'll be learning in this course. Yo, which means I. Tú, which means you. Él and ella and usted, which means he, she, and you. And then we have nosotros and nosotras, which mean we. And lastly, ellos, ellas, and ustedes, which means they and also you all. Lastly, we will talk about the object pronouns, known in Spanish as los pronombres de objeto. These differ from subject pronouns because, as you can already tell by the name, they do not relate to human subjects or living things, but instead refer to objects, aka non-living things. So for example, something that is like, a table or a chair, that would be an object pronoun if we are referring to it in Spanish. So here are the list of pronouns for objects in Spanish, or los pronombres de objetos en español. The list is me, te, lo, la, in the singular, and then nos, los, and las in the plural. Now there's also, of course, the Spanish os, but much like vosotros, I do not teach that or cover that in this course. Now, the pronombre de objeto usually comes before the verb. I'm just giving you all this information so you know it now and you can see it here and be exposed to it to know that it exists, but you do not have to worry about object pronouns just yet because we will be covering subject pronouns first because they are more common and obviously relate to living things in Spanish. So therefore, I want to teach you those first. So don't worry about that, just know that object pronouns exist. But yes, These are the following building blocks of Spanish to get you on your way to creating sentences of your own in Spanish and to help you speak, write, and also be able to express yourself much more fluently in Spanish than just by stating, one word or a noun. So I hope this helped, and of course you can always rewatch this video if you need a refresher. On top of that, I have attached the list of these different building blocks, as I like to call them, to this video as a downloadable, file, and that's pretty much it. I will see you in the next video. In this video, we will continue on from where we left off in the previous video about learning about the building blocks of Spanish. And now that you've been exposed to them and have learned them, it's time to apply what we've learned in that video into this video by piecing them all together and placing them together in order to form sentences in Spanish. The great thing about learning Spanish in this manner is that it applies to all levels of Spanish in all forms. Whether you're speaking, writing, or reading it, Spanish is built using these basic building blocks pieced together to create a comprehensible and grammatically correct sentence. In Spanish, subject-verb agreement is a huge deal, much like in English. And in case you're not familiar with this concept, it is basically learning about the sujeto matching with the verbo, which we learned about both building blocks in the previous video. Subjects and verbs must agree in Spanish in order for the sentence to make sense. This is why I often give this formula to students to let them know that a basic Spanish sentence is constructed as follows: a subject followed by a verb followed by a noun. Now, there are obviously some varieties to this formula, but to keep things simple, this is the basic equation to create a sentence in Spanish that is grammatically correct and sound. A subject, a verb, and then a noun. Obviously, between these, you can have things like articles and so forth. But to keep it simple, remember, this is the order. So when we have an example like the one used in the previous video, yo como la comida, we now know that this sentence, which is grammatically correct in Spanish, follows the subject, verb, noun equation order and agrees in subject and verb. So therefore, this makes this sentence grammatically correct. Now, what we've done here is that we've applied these building blocks and added them together to give us a comprehensible sentence, right? We must continue to do this throughout all of Spanish. This is how the language works. And by learning this early, you will avoid common mistakes that are made by people who learn Spanish, such as incorrect word order and the like. So then, on the topic of agreeing verbs with subjects and vice versa, how does this work? What does that specifically mean? How do you know if you are specifically and correctly matching your subject with the verb? How does that work? Well, this is an important point in Spanish because this leads us into this concept called conjugation. Verb conjugation is extremely important in Spanish. In fact, I'd say that most of Spanish is revolved and involves around conjugations. Verb conjugations, of course. This word only applies to los verbos, verbs. And basically, the most simple definition of what a conjugation is basically modifying a verb in order to match the subject. So, for example, in English, we can think of this in a way when we say things like, I eat versus he eats. You wouldn't say he eat, right? You would say he eats. Versus you also wouldn't say I eats. You would say I eat. What we've done here is that we've modified the verb eat to match the proper subject. That is called conjugation. However, in Spanish, conjugating is a lot more extensive than it is in English. For example, in Spanish, remember when we talked about los sujetos, specifically los pronombres de sujetos, the subject pronouns, and I mentioned how there were 6 of them, but you're only going to learn 5 of them in this course. Those 5 are extremely important to memorize and know well, because you will have to conjugate accordingly to each one of those 5 subject pronouns. Each conjugation varies depending on the subject. So it's extremely important to know them first. So before you even get into conjugating, like we will in this video, please make sure that you know the 5 subject pronouns, the pronombres de sujetos, well. And again, in Spanish, they are yo, tú, él, ella, usted, ellos, ellas, ustedes, and nosotros y nosotras. So now that we know what conjugations are, let's begin to conjugate. In order for us to do this, we must first lay out the 5 subject pronouns, los pronombres de sujetos, on a chart, and then we must add a verb right after them. Since we've already used this verbo before, I will use this one for this example. We will use the verb comer, which means to eat. Notice how in the previous video and earlier in this video, I said the sentence yo como la comida. Como is a conjugation of this verb comer, which means to eat. However, I had to change the spelling of this verb to match the subject yo, which means I eat. This was me conjugating for you. But of course, in English and in Spanish as well, I is not the only subject that exists. We also have tú, él, ella, usted, ellos, ellas, ustedes, and nosotros y nosotras. So therefore, in order for us to conjugate successfully, we must first ask this question. In what tense are we speaking in? So what is a tense? A grammatical tense in any language refers to the time period you're referencing. So it could be the present, the past, or the future. This is very important because conjugations of verbs in Spanish vary depending on not only the subject, but the tense you are using and referring to. With students, I like to teach the present tense first because it is the tense that is most often used, right? Most people tend to speak about what they're doing in the moment and in the present. So for the sake of keeping things in line with how language is typically taught, we will begin with the present tense. The present tense has its own conjugation forms of verbs. Now, before we even get to that though, we must first know that in Spanish we have 3 different verb endings, and this is very important. In Spanish we have ER verbs, IR verbs, and AR verbs. These are verbs that when they aren't conjugated, you'll know because they have the endings ER, IR, or AR. This is called a non-conjugated verb. So what this would translate to in English is basically, let's take the verb comer. That would just simply mean to eat. It does not have a subject associated to it because no one is doing it. So therefore it is a non-conjugated verb, and which is why it also retains its ER ending. That is basically what a non-conjugated verb equals. So we only have 3 of these forms. Again, ER, IR, and AR. Why is this important to bring up? Because the spelling of these suffixes change depending on whether the verb is an ER, IR, or AR verb. Now you might be asking, well, John, how am I going to know what verbs are what if I have no vocabulary bank to start with? Not to worry. To this video is attached a PDF file with a list of some regular verbs to get you started in the ER, IR, and AR forms. You can conjugate these for practice in the present tense. Now, let's begin to actually conjugate. Let's take the verb comer, which I previously brought up. We've already known what the yo, I present tense conjugation is. It would be como, C-O-M-O, because we used this in the example previously. But what about tú, which means you in English? Tú would be conjugated in the present tense as comes, C-O-M-E-S. So we have yo como and tú comes. Next, we will conjugate for él, ella, and usted, which means he, she, and you. The él, ella, and usted present tense conjugation of comer is come, C-O-M-E. Now, before we move on, you might be thinking, wait, John, why are there two U's in Spanish? This brings up an important point that we can't forget, and it is also why I grouped these in this manner to help you remember. We have two different you forms in Spanish as subject pronouns. Tú is the informal and usted is the formal. Tú is used when we address people that we are close to, people our age, people that are like friends and so forth, because it is an informal regard, and so therefore you are comfortable with that person and know them well. Usted, however, is the formal you and should only be used to people you have the utmost respect for, or are higher authority, or you aren't close with, or are quite distant, or strangers and so forth. It's very important to know this because in Spanish you cannot use tú and usted interchangeably. You must use these correctly with the correct person you are addressing this to. So of course, if you are again addressing someone that you're close with, you would use tú in Spanish. If you're addressing someone that you are not close with, you would use usted. That is the difference between tú and usted, which both translate to you in English. Just remember that one is informal, tú, and the other one, usted, is formal. And then after this, we have to conjugate for the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun. Of course, ellos, ellas, and ustedes translates to they, and then ustedes translates to you all. Now, the present tense conjugation of comer in the ellos and ellas and ustedes subject pronoun is comen, C-O-M-E-N. And lastly, we must conjugate for the nosotros, nosotras subject pronoun, which translates to we. And if you are wondering why we have nosotros and nosotras, it's just because the nosotros with the os ending is for masculine, and nosotras with the as ending is feminine. So if you're addressing yourself with a group of men, you would use nosotros. If you're addressing yourself with a group of women, but the group is entirely women, you would use nosotras. This also brings out an important point. There can be 99 men in a room and 1 woman. You would still use nosotros. It takes on the masculine form. Same thing, there could be 99 women in a group, but if there's 1 man, you have to take the masculine form and use nosotros. It is just the way the language is written. But if the group is entirely women, then you can use the feminine nosotras. This also applies to ellos and ellas for the they subject pronoun. So just be aware of that. Now, the nosotros, nosotras present tense comer conjugation is comemos, C-O-M-E-M-O-S. So take a moment here to digest this and look at how these verbs change when the subject also changes. The conjugation is very different per subject. If this seems daunting, do not worry, because we will do an IR verb and an AR verb to show you the patterns that you can pick out to help you remember these. Now, let's conjugate an IR verb for practice in these conjugations. Let's take the IR verb of vivir, V-I-V-I-R, which means to live, as our next conjugation. So let me conjugate this for you, and maybe you can tell that there's a pattern forming here. For the yo subject pronoun, vivir changes to vivo, V-I-V-O, in the present tense. For the tu subject pronoun, vivir changes to vives, V-I-V-E-S, in the present tense. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun, vivir turns to vive, V-I-V-E, in the present tense. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun, vivir turns to viven, V-I-V-E-N, in the present tense. And lastly, for the nosotros, nosotras subject pronoun, vivir changes to vivimos, V-I-V-I-M-O-S, in the present tense. So as you can tell, there's a little bit of a pattern here forming. Lastly, for practice, let's conjugate an AR verb, the final of the three forms of these verbs to conjugate. Let's take the AR verb hablar, which maybe you've probably heard of, which means to speak. For the yo form in the present tense, the AR verb hablar changes to hablo, H-A-B-L-O, yo hablo. For the tu form in the present tense, hablar changes to hablas, H-A-B-L-A-S. For the él, ella, and usted form, hablar changes to habla, H-A-B-L-A. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes form in the present tense, hablar changes to hablan, H-A-B-L-A-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras present tense form, hablar changes to hablamos, H-A-B-L-A-M-O-S. Now, this is pretty straightforward, of course. Yo hablo means I speak, tú hablas means you speak, él, ella, usted means he/she/you speak, ellos, ellas, and ustedes means they/you all speak, and nosotros, nosotras means we speak. So there we go. We've officially conjugated for one IR, one ER, and one AR verb in Spanish. What do you notice? There's a little bit of a pattern here, right? Take a look at the endings. The endings are pretty much similar across the board, especially for the ER and IR ending verbs. The best way to master these conjugations, which make up a huge portion of the Spanish language, is to memorize the endings. Because then you'll be able to plug these endings into any regular verb that ends with ER, IR, or AR. Attached to this video is also this graph that I've laid out for you here, so you can print it or download it, so you can take a look at it. It's very important that you memorize the endings of these conjugations in order to establish the pattern and see how this can be applied to other verbs as well. Also, as mentioned earlier, for practice, I've added a list of regular verbs that you can conjugate in your own time for practice, and I've also added a blank conjugation chart, which you should be using to fill out to be able to learn and memorize these conjugations well. The more practice you do with these, the easier they'll become to remember and master. What we've learned and covered here in this video today applies only to regular verbs. Los verbos regulares. There is also verbs that are called irregular verbs, los verbos irregulares. But you need not worry about them right now, because right now we are only covering regular verbs because they are some of the most commonly used verbs in Spanish. I hope you learned about conjugations, and of course, you can always rewatch this video if you need a refresher on it. Make sure to utilize the material attached to this video as well for help. See you in the next one. In this video, we will continue learning about some of the other building blocks of Spanish that we did not mention previously. These building blocks help you create more advanced Spanish sentences, as opposed to the typical subject, verb, and noun equation. And so therefore, we must introduce these two building blocks. which are called a preposition and a conjunction. So what is the point of a preposition and a conjunction? We have these two in English actually, but in order to simplify things, let's first define them. So a preposition serves as a word that typically goes before a noun or a pronoun and expresses a relationship or a relation to it, such as time or location. Some examples of these include after, at, and for. So let me give you an example in a sentence of this. I went after him. I am at the beach. These are examples of sentences in English that are using the prepositions after and at. As you can see, they go before the noun or before the pronoun, subject pronoun. This is what a preposition is. Next, we have a conjunction. A conjunction is a word that typically serves to unite two separate ideas or two ideas in general in a sentence, which are also known as clauses. Now, some examples of conjunctions in English are and, but, and if. So, some example sentences in English of conjunctions in a sentence would be I want the gummies and lollipops. Or I want to go, but not if he is coming. So these are some examples of two sentences that use conjunctions in English. We have these two in Spanish, of course. So why are we learning them? Well, because as mentioned earlier at the beginning of this video, they can serve to create more advanced sentences, right? Because saying something like, I am a human versus I want to go after him. In these two sentences, you can tell that the first one is a lot more basic and direct compared to the other one, the second sentence. That is because the second sentence uses more building blocks in the language to create a more expressive sentence or more detailed sentence. This is why it's important to know about prepositions and conjunctions. So what are some examples in Spanish of sentences that use prepositions and conjunctions? Well, here is one for you. Yo soy de Nueva York. Again, yo soy de Nueva York. Here in this sentence, we now know that we are using a subject, yo, a verb, soy, and then we have de Nueva York, and then we know Nueva York, which would be the noun, or in this case, the proper noun, and then we have the de, which is now unidentified. In English, this sentence translates to I am from New York. So we can tell that the de is obviously the preposition in this sentence because it translates to the of the sentence. Next, let's show an example of a Spanish sentence that uses a conjunction. An example of a sentence in Spanish that uses a conjunction is the following. Yo como las paletas y las galletas. Again, yo como las paletas y las galletas. So in English, this sentence translates to I eat the ice lollies and the cookies. So as we can see here, the conjunction that is being used is y, which in English translates to and. Now you have officially learned all of the building blocks that you need to get started to writing your very own sentences in Spanish. If some of these concepts are a little bit muddy to you, or you need to take some time to learn them and master them, no problem. You can pause here and rewatch the old videos, the previous videos, or you can work on some of the material a little bit more. Because at the end of this video, there is a quiz that covers all that we have covered in this section of the course. I'd just like to now say good job on completing this section of the course, and on to the next one. See you there. Hi, and welcome to the next section of the course. In this section, we will be applying the concepts that we learned in the previous section into intermediate and advanced Spanish. So therefore, this will entail more advanced grammatical concepts and more. Now, in this course, you've learned so far how to conjugate regular verbs in the present tense. But in Spanish, we also have irregular verbs. So what are irregular verbs? Irregular verbs are verbs that when you conjugate them, they do not follow the standard conjugation patterns. For example, we've learned in the past video that in order to conjugate regular verbs, you pretty much all you have to do is change the endings, the suffixes of the verbs, but you leave the stems, aka the first half of the verb, alone. However, in irregular verbs, this is not the case. Irregular verb conjugations are weird, which is why they are irregular, because a lot of the time they either introduce a new letter or change spelling completely once you conjugate them. This is very important to keep in mind because in Spanish, some irregular verbs are some of the most utilized verbs in the entire language. So to this video will be attached a PDF file of the 20 most used and common irregular verbs in Espanol. I would recommend memorizing these verbs, their definitions, and their conjugations in the present tense to start off with for practice. It is very important that you do this because these verbs have their own kind of wonky conjugations, and if you learn them now, they won't be as much of a surprise later on when they pop up in sentences. I do want to mention that irregular verb conjugations in Spanish do not only apply in their weird changes for the present tense, but as you'll see later on in this course, also for the other tenses in Spanish that we'll be covering. Now you might be asking, well, where do I start? If there are irregular verbs, what are some that I should be learning first? Well, this is a great question. For students, I always start by teaching them the following 6 irregular verbs: ser and estar, conocer and saber, and finally, tener and haber. Now, you may be wondering why these 6 irregular verbs? Well, because these 6 are some of the most utilized verbs in the language. And so therefore, in order to create some great sentences that you'll be using in daily conversations and the like, you must know these verbs, especially ser and estar. Let's talk about these 2 verbs because they are very interesting. Ser and estar, as you can see right now, are both non-conjugated verbs, and you should know what that means by now, right? They are non-conjugated because they have the ER and AR endings, so therefore they don't have a subject to them. Now, these 2 verbs, ser and estar, both mean to be in Spanish. So you might be thinking, why would there be 2 to be's in Spanish? This is important to know the difference, because even though they share a similar meaning, they're actually used in 2 different contexts. So let me explain the difference between both. Ser is used for permanent things or long-term things. So when we talk about personalities or characteristics, nationalities, or anything that has to deal with identities, that is going to be ser, to be. So an example of ser being used in English would be if I was saying something like I am American or I am from New York. Because in those 2 sentences, I am describing, an identity, something that rarely changes. So when we address long-term things or permanent things that we or other people are in Spanish, then we use ser. Now, when we talk about estar in Spanish, which also means to be, this more so addresses temporary things or short-term things. So this would include things like emotions, feelings, and state of beings, and temporary locations, and so forth. Conditions, basically. So, an example in English of sentences that would use the estar to be would be I am tired, or you are cold, Those two sentences address conditions and state of beings, so therefore that is why that would be translated in Spanish to estar as opposed to ser. So hopefully that makes sense. It's important to know the distinction between both. Next pair that you should learn for irregular verbs first would be conocer versus saber. These two verbs, much like ser and estar, also mean similar things. They can be both translated to in English as to know, but they have a distinction within each other. Conocer more so means to know, as in to be familiar with. So this would include people, places, and things. So let's say an English example of this would be, I know your sister, or I know that person. That would be an example. Those two sentences would be examples of, in English, using conocer, form of to know. Now, saber, which also means to know, more so means to know like information, facts, talents, how to do something, and so forth. That is what saber, to know, is. So it's important to remember this distinction. So an example in English of a sentence that would be using the saber form of to know would be, I know how to speak Spanish, right? Because that is information right there. So therefore that would be using saber. So kind of maybe think of the difference between conocer and saber as like one knowing people and the other knowing objects. Of course, conocer being knowing people and saber knowing objects. And then lastly, the third pair of two irregular verbs that you should know are tener and haber. So these two verbs can translate to in English as to have, but they are used in very different contexts. So in Spanish, tener, to have, more so refers to the quantities or objects of things. So an English example of tener would be, I have 2 pairs of shoes. Here I am talking about a quantity of an object, so therefore that would be tener, and as opposed to haber, which also translates as to have, but this is a very different use of to have. This more so translates to as to have done something. So for example, in English this would translate to as I have done my homework. That is a completely different use of have, even in English, even though it translates to the same word in English. So just know those two distinctions for these 3 pairs of verbs that are similar in meaning but have distinctions associated to them. And because they're irregular verbs, when you conjugate each of these, the spellings will look different. So now let's talk about them. We will conjugate these irregular verbs in the present tense for this video. Let's start off with conjugating ser in the present tense. So this irregular verb will look very different once we conjugate it, and you'll see. So to begin, let's lay out our 5 pronombres de sujetos, subject pronouns. Of course, it's yo, tú, él, ella, usted, ellos, ellas, ustedes, and lastly, nosotros y nosotras. So now let's conjugate ser to match each of these subjects in the present tense. So in the present tense yo form, ser changes to soy, S-O-Y, soy. For the tú form, ser changes to eres, E-R-E-S. For the él, ella, usted form, ser changes to es, E-S. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes form, ser changes to son, S-O-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras form, ser changes to somos, S-O-M-O-S. So as you can see, this looks vastly different for each subject pronoun. Sometimes the entire word spelling just changes, right? This is why these are irregular verbs. Next, let's conjugate estar. So again, we have our 5 subject pronouns here. And then in the yo form, estar changes to estoy, yo estoy. estoy. And then for the tú subject pronoun, estar changes to estás, estas. And then for the él, ella, usted subject pronoun, estar changes to está, esta. And then for the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun in the present tense, estar changes to están, estan. And then lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun in the present tense, estar changes to estamos, estamos. So as we can tell already by these two irregular verb conjugations, they are vastly different from the non-conjugated verb in spelling when you conjugate them, right? So therefore, the best way to memorize these is just through memorization and practice. Use them in your own constructed sentences to help you remember them. That's what I would recommend doing. Next, we're going to conjugate the two irregular verbs conocer and saber. So again, let's start off. For the yo present tense subject pronoun, conocer changes to conozco, conozco. For the tú subject pronoun, conocer changes to conoces, conoces. For the él, ella, usted subject pronoun, conocer changes to conoce, conoce. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun, conocer changes to conocen, conocen. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun, conocer changes to conocemos, conocemos. Next, let's go ahead and conjugate haber. In the yo present tense form, subject pronoun, haber is conjugated as spelled as he. In the tú subject pronoun, haber is conjugated to has, has. In the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun, in the present tense, haber is conjugated as ha. In the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun, haber is conjugated as han, han. And lastly, in the nosotros and nosotras form, haber in the present tense is conjugated to hemos, hemos. So now you know how to conjugate these 6 irregular verbs in the present tense to match their respective subjects. It's important that you remember these conjugations and the meaning of these verbs in order to start creating and building your vocabulary bank. By knowing and mastering these 6 irregular verbs alone, you'll be able to say and express a lot in Spanish. Now, before I conclude this video, I would like to actually say that there are, of course, more than these 6 irregular verbs in Spanish. But, of course, we can't cover them all in this video. But it is important to know that there are more than these 6. So, what are they? How do I remember them? Is there a list that I can group them together in clusters in order to help me remember them? Yes. To students, I like to cluster these irregular verbs by the rule change in order to help you remember what irregular verb changes to what. Because, of course, there are approximately 20 to 30 irregular verbs in Spanish that are very commonly used in the language. And then outside of those, there are some more that are not as used but exist. When I am trying to teach students irregular verbs, what I like to do is I like to separate them by color-coded boxes and try to fill out each box with at least 5 irregular verbs. In each of these color-coded boxes is at the top the rule change. So what are these rule changes then? So I will tell you them now for the present tense. These rule changes for irregular verbs are only in regards to the present tense. And they are as follows: E to IE, E to I, O to UE, and U to UE. So you may be wondering, well, what does this mean? What are these rules you just said? What do these 4 rules mean? What do you mean by E to IE and so forth? Well, what I mean by that is that once you conjugate them in the present tense, you will be changing the letter in the non-conjugated verb to that new form. For example, let's take IE as an example, right? And then let's take the irregular verb cerrar, which means to close. Now, this irregular verb in the present tense follows the IE rule, which means that every time I conjugate it, I'm going to have to add that new letter before the E. Because again, it's E to IE. So then let's conjugate cerrar in the present tense to show you what I mean by this. So cerrar in the present tense. Yo cierro. Tú cierras. Él, ella, usted cierra. Ellos, ellas, ustedes cierran. And then lastly, nosotros cerramos. So let's take a minute here to look at this. Look at how this irregular verb conjugation introduced the letter I for nearly all of the subject pronouns once I conjugated it. This is what I mean when I say that this is an irregular verb that follows the E to IE verb rule. Now, one thing that I should mention is that often the nosotros and nosotras form doesn't follow this rule. So as you can see here, for example, there is no I before the E in the nosotros, nosotras conjugation of cerrar, right? It's cerramos. So that is often shared across the board by these irregular verbs, as in the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun doesn't follow the rule. But it's still helpful to group these into clusters because, as you can see, 4 out of the 5 subject pronouns followed that rule. So attached to this video is a downloadable PDF file that has a color-coded list of boxes, 4 of them actually, that have these present tense irregular verb rules. And within each color-coded box is a list of 5 or more verbs to help you get started in knowing which irregular verbs follow these rules in the present tense, to help you build your vocabulary bank and so forth. Alright, that's pretty much it for conjugating irregular verbs in the present tense. I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we will be talking about the different type of pronouns in Spanish, los pronombres. We briefly talked before about the indirect and direct object pronouns. Well, we mentioned them rather, but in this video we will address them head on. We will also address reflexive pronouns in Spanish. All 3 of these pronouns, pronombres, are very important to the language and will help you construct more advanced and expressive sentences in Spanish as well. So let's start off by defining a reflexive pronoun. What is a reflexive pronoun? Well, a reflexive pronoun is just a pronoun that is placed in front of the verb or before the verb. So you might be now asking, what are they used for? What are some examples of these? So reflexives are only used to address people in Spanish. So when we're talking about people, we use reflexives. And the list of reflexives is me, te, nos, and se. Now, we need to associate these reflexives to their respective subject pronoun. So let's go ahead and do that now. So for yo, the reflexive is me. For tú, the reflexive is te. For él, ella, and usted, the reflexive is se. For ellos, ellas, and ustedes, the reflexive is se again. And then lastly, for nosotros and nosotras, the reflexive is nos. So what do I mean by, attaching these subject pronouns to their designated reflexives and vice versa? So what I mean by that is that these reflexives are usually associated with the subject pronouns that I just mentioned. So when you think of, like, for example, me or te, you should know that the subject that is associated to that reflexive is yo and tú. So what is the purpose or use of these reflexives? Why are they necessary? Reflexives are interesting because they are one of the few instances in Spanish that allow us to add a word in between the subject and the verb, el sujeto y el verbo. Now, this is important to note because, as we know from what we learned in the previous section, the most basic equation for a sentence in Spanish is subject, verb, noun, right? We know that now. But reflexive allow us to alter this a little bit. So it goes from that equation, subject, verb, noun, to subject, reflexive, verb, noun. So now let's take an example sentence in Spanish of one that uses a reflexive. So let's take the sentence, yo me como la comida. So some of these words in the sentence might look familiar to you. Yo me como la comida. What does this translate to in English? This translates to I eat the food. So now you may be wondering, why can't I just say yo como la comida? Why do I have to say the me if it's going to translate to I eat the food? Well, this is an interesting point and a good question. The thing is, though, that both of these are grammatically correct. Yo me como la comida and yo como la comida. But the first sentence is a little bit more advanced grammar-wise because the reflexive me is in between the subject yo and the verb como in the present tense. So does this alter the definition of the sentence or the translation? Not necessarily, though in some cases yes, but for this example it does not. And basically what it does in this example is that it basically reinforces who did what. Think of it like this. Without reflexives or indirect and direct object pronouns, it would be a lot harder to tell who the subject did the action towards, right? So for example, if I say, I eat the food, I could say, I eat the food myself, or I eat the food for her or him, even though it's kind of a weird example. But this example kind of shows you and demonstrates what I mean by that, as in, for whom is the action being applied towards. So that is why reflexives and, of course, indirect and direct object pronouns are important. And it's also why they go in between the subject and the verb when it comes to reflexives. Next, let's talk about direct object pronouns in Spanish. So much like reflexives, these are also placed before the verb and also ask to whom is the verb being done to, like the action, right? Who is it affecting? Is it the subject themselves or someone outside of the subject, right? A third party or second party. So first, let's give a list of all of the direct object pronouns in Spanish. Now, these are mainly used for things, but can also be used for people as well. This is the following list of direct object pronouns in Spanish. Me, te, lo and la, los and las, and lastly, nos. So now let's match these to their respective subject pronouns. Yo, me, tú, te, él, ella, usted, lo o la, ellos, ellas, and ustedes, los and las, and lastly, nosotros, nos. So what is an example in Spanish of a sentence that uses a direct object pronoun? Let's take the sentence, yo compro un regalo, which means I buy a gift. Let's say we want to simplify this, right? So in order to simplify this and use a direct object pronoun, we must get rid of the noun and replace it by one that agrees in its gender and plurality. So therefore, how do we do this? Well, it's relatively easy, right? We know that regalo is a masculine noun. And how do we know that? Because remember, we talked about this earlier in this course, that all nouns, sustantivos, in Spanish are gendered. And so therefore, regalo is a masculine noun because it ends with the letter O. So our direct object pronoun must match with the noun in terms of gender and also quantity, so singular versus plural. And here's another thing. Since we're talking about an object in this sentence, and the object is the one that we're simplifying for, we therefore use lo, because lo and la exclusively relate to objects. We are not referring to a person or a living thing, so therefore we don't use me, te, and so forth in this. We use lo. So therefore, let's take that example sentence again, yo compro un regalo, and simplify it using a direct object pronoun. Yo compro un regalo turns to yo lo compro. So now, as you can see, we used a direct object pronoun and fit it in between the subject and the verb, much like we can do with reflexive pronouns. So therefore, these two sentences convey the same meaning. It's just that the second one isn't as obvious, right? We go from I buy a gift to I buy it. So therefore, this is how these direct object pronouns work. Hopefully this makes sense, and if it doesn't, no worries, because I have also attached a resource to this video explaining this and showing a table of each and so forth. Next, let's talk about indirect object pronouns. Indirect object pronouns mainly refer to people, right? As opposed to direct object pronouns, which mainly refer to objects, but of course can also refer to people. Now, indirect object pronouns are interesting because in Spanish there is one that is only and exclusively unique to it. So you know if you see it, you are using, or the sentence is using, an indirect object pronoun. First, let's list out the list of indirect object pronouns. So we have me, te, le, les, and nos. So now let's designate these indirect object pronouns with their designated subject pronouns. So we have yo me, tú te, él, ella, and usted le, ellos, ellas, and ustedes les, and lastly, nosotros nos. So now, when we talk about direct object pronouns, we kind of should think of it as in for blank. So like for the subject, right? So if I say me, I mean for me. If I say te, I mean for you. If I say nos, I mean for us. And if I say le and les, I say for he, she, or for they, right? So now let's take a look at how indirect object pronouns work in sentences in Spanish. Let's take the sentence, yo compro un regalo para mi madre, which translates to, I buy a gift for my mother. So this is a pretty long sentence, right? And let's say we want to simplify it, much like we wanted to simplify the direct object sentence that we mentioned earlier. This time, we won't be simplifying for the object, we'll be simplifying for the subject, right? For the other person mentioned in the sentence. So this time it would be not the yo, but in fact the mother, right? Madre. So by simplifying this sentence using a direct object pronoun in Spanish, we would go from yo compro un regalo para mi madre to yo le compro un regalo. So as you can see this time, the second sentence is shorter again, and it's also more subtle. But we know, because of the reference sentence at the top, that the le refers to the mother. So now you may be wondering, well, John, why did you use le as opposed to the other indirect object pronouns? Well, we know we have to use le here because we're simplifying or using the indirect object for the mother, right? Madre. And if we simplify mom, even in English, right, for my mom, the subject would be she. I am buying a gift for her, she, right? So the one that uses the she or her in Spanish is the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun. And of course, the indirect object pronoun that is designated to that subject pronoun is le. So therefore, that is why we use le in that sentence. So again, just to recap, indirect object pronouns in Spanish show to who or for the action is done. I hope this clarified these concepts for you, and of course feel free to download and take a look at the resources attached to this video regarding these grammatical concepts. See you in the next video. In this video, we will learn how to conjugate in the preterite past tense in Spanish. So far in this course, you've learned how to conjugate verbos, verbs, in the present tense for both regular and irregular verbs. So before we move on, I'd just like to say, make sure that you remember those conjugations and study them well before proceeding, because when we get to the rest of the conjugations, we want to make sure that we master them independently one by one, so that way we don't forget or get our conjugations mixed up. The great thing about conjugations in Spanish is that every form is unique, so it'll be kind of hard to be able to, get them mixed up. Nonetheless, it's still important to learn each conjugation one by one. Alright, so with that in mind, let's continue. So what is the preterite tense? We know the present tense, of course, relates to things that are happening in the moment. But interestingly enough, we have the preterite tense, which is one of the two past tense tenses in Spanish. This is interesting because in English, we pretty much have one universal past tense, right? Like the difference between I walk versus I walked, right? We have, of course, the present tense sentence I walk at the top and then the past tense I walked at the bottom. However, in Spanish, we have two past tenses. The preterite tense is the first that we will be covering in this course. The other is called the imperfect tense, which we will be talking about later. So the preterite tense, this is the past tense in Spanish that refers to actions that only happen once in the past. So a non-repeated action is an action in the Spanish language that would be using the preterite past tense. This is why this tense is called preterite past, to emphasize the fact that this is one of the two past tenses in the Spanish language. So yes, the preterite tense refers to things that happened once in the past, things that won't happen again, or things that had a start and an end in the past. So again, just to recap that definition, the preterite past tense only refers to verbs, verbos that happened once in the past that did not repeat. So what is an example of a sentence in Spanish that would be using the preterite past tense? Here is one to start off with. I went to Spain last summer. This is a sentence that would be using the preterite tense, the preterite past tense, in Spanish because it indicates a time frame that one, won't ever happen again, and two, an occurrence that was unique to that time frame, such as going to Spain last summer. So only within that time frame, last summer. Therefore, this sentence does not indicate any repetition and so forth, which is why it would be the preterite tense. To this video, I will be attaching a downloadable file with a great acronym, SPICY, to help you memorize in what contexts and situations you should be using the preterite tense. So now, like I mentioned for the present tense, the best way to memorize these conjugations is by looking at the patterns of the endings once you change these verbs to match their respective subject pronouns, pronombres de sujetos. Of course, this only relates to regular verbs, and now you know that we of course also have irregular verb conjugations for the preterite past tense, which we will get to in the next video. But for now, let's take a look at all the preterite tense conjugations in Spanish for all three verb forms that you know by now, which are of course again ER, IR, and AR. So let's start off again by setting up our conjugation chart and laying out our 5 subject pronouns, pronombres de sujetos. Again, the verbs that we will be conjugating are comer, vivir, and hablar. So let's start off by filling out this conjugation chart. In the yo subject pronoun in the preterite tense, the verb comer changes to comí, C-O-M accented I, yo comí, which means I ate. For the to subject pronoun in the preterite tense, the verb comer changes to comiste, C-O-M-I-S-T-E. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun in the preterite tense, comer changes to comió, C-O-M-I accented O. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun in the preterite tense, comer changes to comieron, C-O-M-I-E-R-O-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun in the preterite tense, comer changes to comimos, spelled as C-O-M-I-M-O-S. Next, let's conjugate the IR verb vivir. In the yo subject pronoun for the preterite tense, vivir is conjugated as viví, V-I, V accented I. For the tu subject pronoun, vivir is conjugated as viviste, V-I-V-I-S-T-E. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun, vivir is conjugated as vivió, V-I-V-I accented O. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun, vivir is conjugated to vivieron, V-I-V-I-E-R-O-N. And for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun, vivir in the preterite tense is conjugated to vivimos, V-I-V-I-M-O-S. Next, let's conjugate the AR verb hablar. For the yo subject pronoun in the preterite tense, hablar is conjugated to hablé, H-A-B-L accented E. For the tu subject pronoun in the preterite tense, hablar is conjugated to hablaste, H-A-B-L-A-S-T-E. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun in the preterite tense, hablar is conjugated to habló, H-A-B-L accented O. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun, hablar is conjugated to hablaron, H-A-B-L-A-R-O-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun in the preterite tense, hablar is conjugated to hablamos, H-A-B-L-A-M-O-S. So now here you have laid out for you the filled out conjugation chart for all three verb forms in Spanish. This will also be attached as a downloadable PDF file for you to take a look at in your own time. And on top of that, I will be giving you a list of, again, 3 verbs that you can do in your own time to fill out. You now have learned how to conjugate regular verbs in the preterite past tense, also known as el pretérito. In the next video, we will learn how to conjugate irregular verbs in the preterite past tense. Welcome to the next video. You have learned how to conjugate regular verbs in the preterite tense. So now, of course, it's time to learn how to conjugate irregular verbs in the preterite tense. Verbos irregulares en el pretérito. Much like we learned how to conjugate irregular verbs in the present tense earlier in this course, you'll see that conjugating irregular verbs in the preterite tense is similar in the fact that in order to conjugate these irregular verbs, you must group them into clusters in order to help you memorize each one of their conjugation differences. Because, of course, these verbs are all irregular because their conjugation patterns are so unique. I just want to mention that, of course, conjugating irregular verbs in the preterite tense, much like the present tense, there is only a limited amount of verbs that you should know, of course. There are about 20 to 30 very commonly used irregular verbs in the preterite tense. And these verbs will be in a file that you will be able to download, so you can therefore see them all listed out and how they are conjugated. So then, how do we group irregular verbs in the preterite tense so we know how to conjugate them, right? Because if we try to conjugate each irregular verb one by one, we're never going to really learn it, because it's going to take 1, forever, and 2, there won't be a way to remember them easy because you're doing them one by one. The best way to learn conjugations and verbs in Spanish is to always look at the patterns and group them through those patterns. So much like we learned about the E to IE, O to UE, and so forth rules for conjugating present tense irregular verbs, we will soon see that we have to also conjugate verbs in the preterite tense that are irregular in a similar fashion. So in order to group irregular verbs in the preterite tense correctly, let's go ahead and start building our list of irregular verbs in the preterite tense. So the irregular verbs in the preterite tense that we will be talking about are as follows: ser, estar, dar, ir, jugar, hacer, haber, tener, poner, poder, conocer, saber, querer, decir, sentir, and andar. So some of these verbs we have seen earlier in this course, right? These irregular verbs have appeared before, for instance, tener and haber. And as you can see right now, I've listed the definition or translation of each of these verbs in English, so you know what each verb means. But right now, we're not so focused on the definition. We're more focused on how do we conjugate them. Of course, knowing what each of these verbs means is very important, but this video also focuses on how to conjugate them. So the way I'll be teaching you how to conjugate these irregular verbs in the preterite tense is a bit unique, because I have my own unique groups or clusters to help you memorize these. So let's first start off with the 2 irregular verbs, ser and ir. We know that ser means to be, long-term or permanent, so when we talk about identities and characteristics and so forth. And ir means to go. So these 2 verbs that are irregular interestingly enough, in the preterite tense, have the exact same conjugation. So we'll put them in a red box together, ser and ir. And so now you may be wondering, well, what is the conjugation that they share in the preterite tense? So the conjugation is as follows. Yo fui, tú fuiste, él, ella, and usted fue, ellos, ellas, and ustedes fueron, and lastly, nosotros fuimos. So this is the shared conjugation between the two irregular verbs ser and ir in the preterite tense in Spanish, el preterito. So then you may be wondering, well then John, how am I going to know when each of these verbs is used? Well, again, that just depends on the sentence, right? The context. We can either be talking about I am from New York or I go to the mall, right? That's how you would know whether you're using ser fui or ir fui. Alright, so we have our first cluster there set up. Now let's move on to the next one that is very common for irregular verbs in the preterite tense. We have our UV cluster. So what this means is that when you conjugate these irregular verbs in the preterite tense, they go from whatever ending they are to UV. Here are three for this cluster: estar, tener, and andar. So now I'm going to conjugate 2 out of the 3 here so you can see how this works. And then the third one, I'll let you conjugate on your own time for practice. It'll be almost the same, just with minor spelling changes. Let's first conjugate estar, which we know means to be temporary. So more so conditions, feelings, emotions, and the like. The conjugation goes as follows. Yo estuve, tú estuviste, él, ella, and usted estuvo, ellos, ellas, and ustedes estuvieron, and lastly, nosotros estuvimos. So as you can see here alone, the AR verb changed, right? And instead has a UV in place of that. Now let's conjugate tener in this cluster. Tener, which means to have, as in quantities, items, and so forth. So then the conjugation for the irregular verb tener goes as follows in the preterite tense. Yo tuve, tú tuviste, él, ella, and usted tuvo, ellos, ellas, and ustedes tuvieron, and lastly, nosotros tuvimos. So what do you notice, right? These are rhyming conjugations. So this cluster, much like the rest that we'll see, are rhyming clusters. So now for practice, pause the video here and conjugate andar in the preterite tense, and see if you can match the conjugations so you know that you have mastered or at least know this cluster of UV change. So now I will have assumed that you paused the video, so then let's go ahead and conjugate this irregular verb andar in the preterite tense. The conjugation goes as follows. Yo anduve, tú anduviste, él, ella, and usted anduvo, ellos, ellas, and ustedes anduvieron, and lastly, nosotros anduvimos. So how did you do? Did your conjugation match this? If so, very good. And if not, take a minute to rewind and rewatch again to learn about the UV rhyming cluster for the irregular verb conjugations in the preterite tense. So now let's move on to our next cluster. This orange cluster I'm going to also call another rhyming cluster because these all turn to U, another letter. So this rhyming cluster is also very popular, and let's go ahead and lay out 4 verbs that fit into this rhyming cluster, 4 irregular verbs for the preterite tense. So the 4 verbs are as follows: saber, haber, poder, and poner. So we've seen the verbs saber and haber before. You know, saber means to know, facts or information. Haber is to have done something, an action or verb. But what about poder and poner? What do those two mean? Well, poder means to be able to or can, and then poner means to put. So to keep this lecture short and not very long, I'm just going to lay out all 4 of these irregular verb conjugations in the preterite tense so you can see how they rhyme. But I'm going to pronounce the yo forms just so you can hear also how they rhyme. So saber conjugates to yo supe, haber conjugates to yo hube, poder conjugates to yo pude, and poner conjugates to yo puse. So, just from hearing that yo form alone, that yo subject pronoun conjugation alone, you can hear the rhyming, right? Yo supe, ube, pude, puse. So this rhyming cluster goes from you, letter, and so forth. So that is our orange rhyming cluster with the 4 verbs saber, haber, poder, and poner. Okay, now let's move on to our next rhyming cluster for irregular verbs in the preterite tense. This rhyming cluster involves the 2 verbs dar and ver. So these 2 verbs, dar and ver, what do they mean? Well, dar means to give and ver means to see. So these are also rhyming clusters because, as you'll see in a second, they rhyme, right? So let me go ahead and give you the conjugations for both. For the irregular verb dar, the conjugation goes as follows. Yo di, tú diste, él, ella en usted dio, ellos, ellas en ustedes dieron, and lastly, nosotros y nosotras dimos. Now let's conjugate for ver. Ver goes as follows. Yo vi, tú viste, él, ella en usted vio, ellos, ellas en ustedes vieron, and lastly, nosotros and nosotras vimos. So what do you notice? These 2 are also another rhyming cluster. Very good. Now let's move on to our next rhyming cluster for irregular verbs in the preterite tense. Our next rhyming cluster involves the 2 irregular verbs hacer and querer. Hacer means to make or do, and then querer means to want or like. So yes, this is another rhyming conjugation, as you'll see in a second. So let's start off by conjugating the verb hacer. In the preterite tense, the conjugation goes as follows. Yo hice, tú hiciste, él, ella y usted hizo, ellos, ellas y ustedes hicieron, and lastly, nosotros and nosotras hicimos. Now let's conjugate for querer. The conjugation goes as follows. Yo quise, tú quisiste, él, ella y usted quiso, ellos, ellas y ustedes quisieron, and lastly, nosotros and nosotras quisimos. So take a look at these 2 conjugations. They also rhyme, right? Yo hice, yo quise. So putting them in a cluster would be very wise because it would help you remember these 2, that they rhyme once you conjugate them. So there we go. We've officially just knocked out 13 irregular verbs in the preterite tense and their conjugations just by clustering them and grouping them together into rhyming clusters. Make sure you follow these and remember these clusters because they will help you tremendously in recalling how each irregular verb conjugates in the preterite tense. Now, does this mean that these 13 irregular verbs are the end-all be-all? No, of course not. But these 13 alone will help you get started and, let you be able to write or say a lot of different things in Spanish. Because from this list alone that we, mentioned earlier in this video, we still have more irregular verbs that we didn't cover, like jugar, decir, and sentir, right? But unfortunately, these irregular verbs in the preterite tense just have unique conjugations that are unique to themselves. So we can't really add them to clusters because they wouldn't fit. But nonetheless, I will add them anyway and their conjugations so you can take a look at what they change to. So now you have just learned how to conjugate irregular verbs in the preterite tense. I will be adding a chart that's color-coded with these clusters as a file to this video. I hope it helps. See you in the next video. Welcome back. Now that we've learned how to conjugate regular and irregular verbs in the preterite past tense, it is time to talk about Spanish's second past tense. So that is, of course, the imperfect past tense. Now you may be asking yourself, why are there 2 past tenses? And in case the preterite alone didn't make it clear, not to worry. This imperfect past tense video will definitely help clarify the difference between both, so that way you know that these 2 past tenses are not interchangeable and actually are used in different contexts. So let's begin talking about the imperfect past tense in Spanish, also known as el imperfecto. So it's kind of weird to think about this concept because we don't really have it in English, but there's a way we can begin to think about it to help us break down the difference between both past tenses. So we know now that the preterite tense, of course, only relates to things that happened once in the past, things that don't repeat. So an example of this would be, I went to Spain last summer. This would be using the preterite tense in Spanish because it only happened once in the past. It did not happen repeatedly. Another example would be the one that I used in the previous video, Yo comí la comida, which translates to I ate the food. As you can see in this sentence, there is no indication of repetition, so therefore the implication is that it only happened once in the past. But now, let's move on to the imperfect tense. What makes it different from the preterite tense, knowing this? Well, of course, as you probably assume by now, the imperfect tense is used for verbs or actions that happened repeatedly in the past. Let's take the sentence, I used to go to that school for 3 years, and then bring back our preterite sentence, I went to Spain last summer. What do you notice about these two sentences? Well, the first sentence, which is our imperfect sentence, has a repetition in it. I used to. So this implies repetition in the past, right? If you used to do something, it implies that you did it more than once. So therefore, this is why in Spanish this sentence would use the imperfecto past tense, whereas the second sentence would use the preterito past tense because it indicates a time frame that only happened in the past once within it. These two sentences are basically the crux that show us the difference between the imperfect and the preterite tense in Spanish. So now you know. Anytime that we talk about a repeated action in the past, we use the imperfect tense. This is why there are two past tenses in Spanish. Now, to this video, I will be attaching a file that has a great acronym to help you know in which contexts and situations we use the imperfect tense. This acronym spells out WATERS, right? And it's a contrast to the preterite acronym SPICY. I hope that these acronyms help you memorize in which situations and contexts you must use either the preterite or the imperfect tense. Now, just as a reminder, of course, remember these two tenses only refer to the past. So yes, even though the imperfect tense does reference something that happened repeatedly, it still happened in the past. So just be aware of that. So now with all of this out of the way, let's begin to conjugate in the imperfect tense. As always, let's lay out our 5 pronombres de sujetos, 5 subject pronouns, in our conjugation chart. And as usual, we will be conjugating for each verb form in Spanish with our 3 regular verbs comer, vivir, and hablar. Also, I wanted to mention one thing before we get started conjugating. You'll notice that much like the other tenses we've covered so far, there will be a pattern forming. So just be aware of that, because for this tense, the pattern is really, really strong and obvious. So let's begin. For the yo subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, the verb comer changes to comía, C-O-M, accented I, A. For the tu subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, the verb comer changes to comías, C-O-M, accented I, A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns in the imperfect tense, the verb comer changes to comía, C-O-M, accented I, A, same thing as the yo form. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronouns in the imperfect tense, the verb comer changes to comían, C-O-M, accented I, A-N. And for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronouns in the imperfect tense, the verb comer changes to comíamos, C-O-M, accented I, A-M-O-S. Next, let's conjugate the IR verb vivir. For the yo subject pronoun form in the imperfect tense, the verb vivir changes to vivía, V-I, V accented I, A. For the tu subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, the verb vivir changes to vivias, vi, v accented I, as. For the él, ella, and ustedes subject pronouns in the imperfect tense, the verb vivir changes to vivia, vi, v accented I, a, yet again similar to the yo form. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronouns in the imperfect tense, the verb vivir changes to vivían, vi, v accented I, an. And for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronouns in the imperfect tense, the verb vivir changes to vivíamos, vi, v accented I, amos. Now, as you can see in these two alone, they're pretty identical, right? Pretty much identical in their endings. And on top of that, the yo and the él, ella, and ustedes subject pronoun conjugations are exactly the same, something we haven't seen before. Alright, and now lastly, let's conjugate for the AR verb hablar. For the yo subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, hablar conjugates to hablaba, H-A-B-L-A-B-A. For the tu subject pronoun, hablar in the imperfect tense conjugates to hablabas, H-A-B-L-A-B-A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns, hablar conjugates to hablaba again, H-A-B-L-A-B-A, same as the yo form. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronouns, hablar conjugates to hablaban, H-A-B-L-A-B-A-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronouns, hablar conjugates to hablábamos, H-A-B-L-A-B-A-M-O-S. So now we have filled out our conjugation chart for the imperfect tense for regular verbs. So as you can see, there is definitely a strong pattern here, right? Take a look at the ER and IR endings. All of these have been conjugated to endings with accented I, A. Whereas for the AR verbs, they've been conjugated to ABA endings. So that is a key rule for you to know. If you see a verb in a sentence with either an accented I, A ending or an ABA ending, know that it is in the imperfect tense. So just know that in the imperfect tense, ER and IR verbs conjugate to accented IA, and for AR verbs, they conjugate to ABA. I hope this helped, and of course now we will be learning how to conjugate irregular verbs in the imperfect tense. See you there. Now that we've learned how to conjugate regular verbs in the imperfect tense, and all about the imperfect tense in Spanish in general, el imperfecto, it's time to learn how to conjugate irregular verbs in the imperfect tense, verbos irregulares en el imperfecto in Spanish. So the great thing about irregular verbs in the imperfect tense in Spanish is that there are only 3. So unlike the preterite irregular and the present tense irregular verbs, there isn't a long list for you to memorize. There are only 3. And the following 3 irregular verbs in the imperfect tense are these: ser, ir, and ver. Now, we've of course seen all of these 3 before, but let's just go ahead and quickly, define them. Ser means to be, long term. Ir means to go, and ver means to see. So again, these 3 verbs are irregular in the imperfect tense, these 3 alone, and so therefore memorizing these shouldn't be that hard. So with that in mind then, let's go ahead and begin conjugating them. Let's begin with ser. So for the yo subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ser conjugates to era, E-R-A. For the tu subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ser conjugates to eras, E-R-A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ser conjugates to era again, E-R-A. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ser conjugates to eran, E-R-A-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ser conjugates to éramos, accented E or A-M-O-S. So as we can see, this is very irregular because the spelling of this conjugation all throughout is vastly different for the non-conjugated form ser. So now let's move on to the irregular verb ir. For the yo subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ir conjugates to iba, I-B-A. For the tu subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ir conjugates to ibas, I-B-A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ir conjugates to iba again, I-B-A. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ir conjugates to iban, I-B-A-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ir conjugates to íbamos, accented I, B-A-M-O-S. So again, another irregular, right? Because we introduce a new letter in the conjugation compared to the non-conjugated form. Alright, and lastly, now let's conjugate for the irregular verb ver in the imperfect tense. For the yo subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ver conjugates to veía, V-E accented I-A. For the tu subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ver conjugates to veías, V-E accented I-A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ver conjugates to veía yet again, so V-E accented I-A. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ver conjugates to veían, V-E accented I-A-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun in the imperfect tense, ver conjugates to veíamos, V-E accented I-A-M-O-S. So there we go. We've officially conjugated all three irregular verbs in the imperfect tense in Spanish. In the next video, we will be learning about how to conjugate verbs in the future tense in Spanish. See you there. In this video, we will be learning how to conjugate for the future tense in Spanish. We've already covered how to conjugate for the present and two past tenses. Now, of course, it's time to conjugate for the future tense when we're talking about things in the future. Now, what's interesting about this conjugation in Spanish is that thus far, to conjugate, we've learned that we've had to drop the endings of the three verb forms, right? The ER, the IR, and the AR. So far, we've had to drop those endings in place of new letters and new suffixes to make sure that the conjugation properly matches its subject and tense. But, as you'll see in this video, for the future tense, that is not done. In fact, for the future tense, we keep those non-conjugated endings, ER, IR, AR, or three verb forms rather, and instead we add on to them to create the future tense. So of course, this doesn't need any explaining, but I'll just go ahead and say it anyway. The future tense in Spanish is used when we're talking about things in the future that will happen with certainty. So I will go to the supermarket tomorrow, right? Or a Spanish example, yo comeré la comida mañana. I will eat the food tomorrow. So let's just get right into it. Let's conjugate for the future tense using our conjugation chart and of course by listing out our 5 subject pronouns. We will of course be conjugating in all 3 verb forms with the familiar verbs that we know by now, comer, vivir, and hablar. So let's start conjugating. For the yo subject pronoun in the future tense, comer changes to comeré, C-O-M-E-R accented E. For the tu subject pronoun in the future tense, comer changes to comerás, C-O-M-E-R accented A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns in the future tense, comer changes to comerá, C-O-M-E-R accented A. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronouns in the future tense, Comer changes to comerán. C-O-M-E-R, accented A-N. For the nosotros and nosotras subject pronouns in the future tense, comer changes to comeremos. C-O-M-E-R-E-M-O-S. Next, let's conjugate for vivir. In the yo subject pronoun for the future tense, vivir changes to vivire. V-I-V-I-R accented E. For the tu subject pronoun in the future tense, vivir changes to vivirás. V-I-V-I-R accented A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns in the future tense, vivir conjugates to vivirá. V-I-V-I-R accented A. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronouns in the future tense, vivir conjugates to vivirán. V-I-V-I-R accented A-N. And for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronouns in the future tense, vivir conjugates to viviremos. V-I-V-I-R accented E-M-O-S. Lastly, let's conjugate for hablar. Hablar in the future tense for the yo subject pronoun conjugates to hablaré. H-A-B-L-A-R accented E. For the tu subject pronoun in the future tense, hablar conjugates to hablarás. H-A-B-L-A-R accented A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns in the future tense, hablar conjugates to hablará. H-A-B-L-A-R accented A. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronouns in the future tense, hablar conjugates to hablarán. H-A-B-L-A-R accented A-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronouns in the future tense, hablar conjugates to hablaremos. H-A-B-L-A-R accented E-M-O-S. So now you have learned how to conjugate regular verbs in the future tense. I hope this helped. See you in the next video in which we will learn how to conjugate irregular verbs in the future tense. It is pretty straightforward. In this video, we will learn how to conjugate irregular verbs in the future tense. In the previous video, we learned all about the future tense and how to conjugate regular verbs in Spanish, right? But in this video, we will learn now about irregular verbs, verbos irregulares, in the future tense in Spanish. So irregular verbs in the future tense, much like for the preterite and the present tense, like we've covered before, can also be grouped into clusters to help you memorize their conjugation patterns and how each of the most common irregular verbs in the tense change and conjugate. So first, let's start off by laying out our 10 most common irregular verbs in the future tense, el futuro. They are as follows: decir, hacer, haber, querer, saber, poder, poner, salir, tener, and venir. So as you can see here, these are our 10 irregular verbs in the future tense. And I've listed out the definition and translation of the verbs right next to the verb here so you can see. But we've seen some of these verbs in the past before, so you should know some of their definitions by now. Nonetheless, of course, we are more so focusing on the conjugations in these videos, but the definition is also very important and significant to know. Now, they're going to come in handy because from these 10 verbs that are irregular, we're going to cluster them or split them up into 3 different groups. And from these 3 groups, much like we did for the irregular preterite and present, we are going to group them together based on their patterns when they conjugate, right? And of course, as always, you'll have this resource of these clusters as a downloadable file attached to this lecture. So let's begin by talking about the first cluster of irregular future tense verbs in Spanish. So the first cluster of irregular verbs in the future tense that we will be talking about is the cluster that has the E to I to D. So the E to I to D. What does this cluster mean or signify? This means that this is a cluster or a group of irregular verbs that drop their E to I's in their endings and instead replace them with the D letter. So let's take an example verb of this. We have the verb tener, which means to have in quantities. We've definitely worked with this verb before in this course, right? And so now let's conjugate this irregular verb in the future tense and see how it follows this cluster's name. So, the conjugation for tener in the future tense in Spanish is as follows. For the yo subject pronoun, tener conjugates to tendré, T-E-N-D-R accented E. For the tu subject pronoun, tener conjugates to tendrás, T-E-N-D-R accented A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns in the future tense, tener conjugates to tendrá, T-E-N-D-R accented A. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun in the future tense, tener conjugates to tendrán, T-E-N-D-R accented A-N. And lastly, for the nosotros y nosotras subject pronoun in the future tense, tener conjugates to tendremos, T-E-N-D-R-E-M-O-S. So as we can see here, this irregular verb tener follows the E or I to D rule because it dropped the E from the non-conjugated form and replaced it with the letter D, as we can see in the conjugation here. So now the question is, what are some other irregular verbs in the future tense in Spanish that follow this E or I to D rule? So other verbs like tener in the future tense that follow the E or I to D rule are as follows: poder, poner, salir, and venir. So therefore, along with tener, we have 5 irregular verbs in this cluster for the future tense of irregular verbs. Alright, great. So now let's move on to the second cluster of irregular verbs in Spanish in the future tense. So in this cluster, basically, the rule is dropping E or I. That's it. So let's take a verb that follows this so we can take a look at how this changes. Let's take the verb saber, which we've worked with before, and now let's conjugate this verb saber in the future tense in Spanish, which falls under this second cluster. So for the yo subject pronoun in the future tense for the verb saber, it conjugates to sabré, S-A-B-R accented E. For the tu subject pronoun, saber conjugates to sabrás, S-A-B-R accented A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun, saber conjugates to sabrá, S-A-B-R accented A. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun, saber conjugates to sabrán, S-A-B-R accented A-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun in the future tense, saber conjugates to sabremos, S-A-B-R-E-M-O-S. So what do we notice here in this conjugation for this irregular verb in the future tense? Well, we can see that the E was dropped. So therefore, this is an irregular verb that follows the E or I dropping rule of this cluster. So then saber went from saber, S-A-B-E-R, to just S-A-B-R. Therefore, this is an irregular verb that follows this rule and why it should be clustered under this group in the future tense. So now you may be wondering, well then what are some other irregular verbs in the future tense that follow this rule or can be grouped into this cluster? Well, here are some that would fit. So along with saber, other irregular verbs in the future tense that follow this rule are haber and querer. So here we have 3 verbs that would belong in this cluster. Very well, now let's talk about the final cluster for irregular verbs in the future tense. This cluster will also round out our 10 irregular verbs for the future tense. So this cluster is kind of not so much a cluster, but just basically putting 2 verbs together because they don't really have a pattern here. They just do their own thing. So we're calling this cluster the irregular stems cluster. And just so you know, a verb stem is basically the first half of the verb, right? As opposed to the verb endings, which would be the suffixes or the second half of the verb. So anyway, we're calling this cluster irregular stems because these 2 irregular verbs in the future tense just do their own thing. So they don't belong in any of the other 2 clusters that we just talked about earlier. So the two irregular verbs in the future tense that belong in this irregular stems cluster are the following: decir and hacer, which we've seen before, right? Decir means to say, and hacer means to make or to do. So now all we have to do is conjugate these two irregular verbs in the future tense. So their conjugations goes as follows. Let's start with decir. So for the yo subject pronoun in the future tense, decir conjugates to diré, yo diré, dir accented e. For the tu subject pronoun in the future tense, decir conjugates to dirás, dir accented as. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun in the future tense, decir conjugates to dirá, dir accented a. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun in the future tense, decir conjugates to dirán, dir accented an. And for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun in the future tense, decir conjugates to diremos, diremos. Now let's conjugate the irregular verb hacer in the future tense. So for the yo subject pronoun, hacer in the future tense conjugates to haré, har accented e. For the tu subject pronoun, hacer conjugates to harás, har accented as. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun, hacer conjugates to hará, har accented a. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun in the future tense, hacer conjugates to harán, har accented an. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun in the future tense, hacer conjugates to haremos, haremos. So there we go. Alright, so now that we have learned all of the other tenses in Spanish, right? The present tense, the preterite tense, the future tense, it is now time to learn about the conditional tense. So the conditional tense, what is the conditional tense in Spanish, right? So the conditional tense in Spanish is the tense that tells us things that would, could happen. So we express desires for the future with no certainty. So uncertain desires that would or could happen, right? So unlike the future tense, which expresses desires in the future with certainty, this conditional tense expresses desires in the future without the certainty. So take the two examples in English. I will go to school tomorrow versus I would go to school tomorrow. So you can see that in this first sentence, we are expressing the future tense because there's certainty in what we plan to do tomorrow. But in the second sentence, there isn't certainty associated to this, right? We're using would here, so meaning that there's doubt. However, the conditional tense is more than just that, of course. The conditional tense is also referring to things in sentences that are structured as if, then, right? So sentences that require both conditions, or a condition rather, to be met in order for the other thing to happen. So let's take the English sentence, if I leave now, I would get to school on time. This is a conditional sentence in English because it uses the word if, right? So this starter, if, allows us to express an idea that doesn't have certainty, right? If within itself is inherently a word that we use when we have doubt or uncertainty about something, right? So in order for us in this sentence to get to school on time, we must meet the condition of leaving now. This is basically the same idea in Spanish of how or when to use the conditional tense. So that is the main difference between the future tense and the conditional tense in Spanish. So now, before we get to conjugating in the conditional tense for both regular and irregular verbs, let's begin first by writing some sentences in Spanish that use the conditional tense. So, el condicional. So let's take this sentence. Si tuviera más dinero, iría de compras, which translates to, in English, if I had more money, I would go shopping. So in this conditional Spanish sentence, we're using the irregular verbs tener and ir, which we covered before, right, for the irregular future and the like. Now, before we even get to the conjugations and explaining them, let's break down how and why this is a conditional sentence in Spanish. Well, again, we are translating the sentence and we can see that this translates to, if I had more money, I would go shopping. So therefore, this is an if-then sentence in Spanish, right? So now we know that in Spanish, if translates to si, S-I. So anytime you see a sentence in Spanish begin with this word si, without the accent, it means if, and therefore it's likely going to be a conditional tense sentence. Just as a quick little reminder here, si with the dot means if, and si with the accents means yes. This is very important because the accents alone can change the meaning of a word, which is something that we will be talking about later in this course when we get to accents. So again, just as a quick recap, when we use the conditional tense, we are referring to ideas that express uncertainty and doubt. So things like would, could, and so forth. And it also usually refers to the future, so future desires and the like. Also, one thing before we begin conjugating, you'll notice that as we are conjugating, this is very similar to the future tense conjugations in that, unlike in the preterite and the imperfect and the present tense conjugations where we drop the AR, the ER, and the IR endings, for the future, remember how we kept those verb endings and instead added on to those endings, the ER, the IR, and the AR? Well, you'll see that we do the same exact thing for the conditional tense conjugations. So just keep that in mind as we are going through these conjugations. Alright, so let's begin. So for the yo subject pronoun in the conditional tense, comer conjugates to comería. C-O-M-E, R accented I-A. For the tu subject pronoun in the conditional tense, comer conjugates to comerías. C-O-M-E-R accented I-A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns in the conditional tense, comer conjugates to comería again. C-O-M-E-R accented I-A. Same thing as the yo. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun in the conditional tense, comer conjugates to comerían. C-O-M-E-R accented I-A-N. And then for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun in the conditional tense, comer conjugates to comeríamos. C-O-M-E-R accented I-A-M-O-S. So from this alone, what can you tell? Well, we've kept the ER verb ending and instead added on to the ending, right? Instead of removing it. Similar to the future tense conjugations in Spanish. Now let's conjugate the regular verb vivir. For the yo subject pronoun in the conditional tense, vivir conjugates to viviría. V-I-V-I-R accented I-A. For the tu subject pronoun in the conditional tense, vivir conjugates to vivirías. V-I-V-I-R accented I-A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns in the conditional tense, vivir conjugates to viviría again. V-I-V-I-R accented I-A, same as the yo. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronouns, vivir conjugates to vivirían. V-I-V-I-R accented I-A-N. And for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronouns in the conditional tense, vivir conjugates to viviríamos. V-I-V-I-R accented I-A-M-O-S. So let's take a moment here to pause yet again. Do you notice a pattern forming? Look at all of these endings. They are all accented I-A, right? So now you should know, right, that for the conditional tense, the verb ending changes are going to change to accented I-A on top of keeping the ER, IR, AR verb endings. Now let's conjugate the regular verb hablar in the conditional tense. So for the yo subject pronoun in the conditional tense, hablar conjugates to hablaría. H-A-B-L-A-R accented I-A. For the tu subject pronoun in the conditional tense, hablar conjugates to hablarías. H-A-B-L-A-R accented I-A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns in the conditional tense, hablar conjugates to hablaría yet again. H-A-B-L-A-R accented I-A, same as the yo. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronouns in the conditional tense, hablar conjugates to hablarían. H-A-B-L-A-R accented I-A-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronouns in the conditional tense, hablar conjugates to hablaríamos. H-A-B-L-A-R accented I-A-M-O-S. So there we go. We've officially now filled out our conjugation chart for regular verbs in the conditional tense in Spanish. In the next video, we will learn how to conjugate irregular verbs in the conditional tense. See you there. Welcome. So now that we have learned about the conditional tense in Spanish, when to use it, how to use it, and how to conjugate regular verbs in the conditional tense in Spanish, it is time to learn how to conjugate irregular verbs in the conditional tense in Spanish. So in this video, we will learn how to do that. So to begin, let's lay out our 10 common irregular verbs in the conditional tense that we will also group into 2 clusters to help us memorize them. So again, as you'll notice, these irregular conditional tenses are very similar to the irregular future tenses. This is because, of course, as you know by now, the future tense and the conditional tense are similar in general in Spanish in how they're conjugated. So let's talk about our 10 irregular verbs in the conditional tense. Let's lay them all out. They are as follows: decir, hacer, haber, querer, saber, poder, poner, salir, tener, and venir. So again, these 10 irregular verbs we've seen before, and again, they make a welcome back for these conditional future tense conjugations. Now again, next to each verb, I've listed a definition so you're aware of what each one means, but of course we'll be focusing on the conjugations in this video. So now, how do we group these 10 irregular verbs in the conditional tense in Spanish? Well, it's relatively easy. There's only 2 clusters this time. So let's begin talking about the first cluster. In the first cluster, the rule is dropping the E or I and replacing it with a D. So basically, E or I to D. So let's take the irregular verb tener, which means to have, as in quantities or items, and conjugate that in the conditional tense. So let's begin conjugating this irregular verb tener. For the yo subject pronoun in the conditional tense, the irregular verb tener conjugates to tendría, T-E-N-D-R accented I-A. For the tu subject pronoun in the conditional tense, tener conjugates to tendrías, T-E-N-D-R accented I-A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns in the conditional tense, tener conjugates to tendría again, T-E-N-D-R accented I-A. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronouns in the conditional tense, tener conjugates to tendrían, T-E-N-D-R accented I-A-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronouns in the conditional tense, tener conjugates to tendríamos, T-E-N-D-R accented I-A-M-O-S. So what do we notice from this conjugation alone of this irregular verb tener in the conditional tense? Well, that it follows the dropping of the E or I letter and instead adding in D, right? So we can see this now because for when we conjugated this tener verb, we removed or dropped the E and instead added a D. So it went from tener to the tend verb stem. So now you may be wondering, well, what are some other irregular verbs in the conditional tense that follow this, right? So some other irregular verbs are the following. Along with tener, we have saber, haber, poder, poner, querer, salir, and venir. So therefore, we have 8 irregular verbs in the conditional tense that follow this dropping of the E or the I and instead adding a D rule, right? So 8 irregular verbs would belong in this cluster for the conditional tense in Spanish. So that leaves us with just 2 irregular verbs out of the 10 that we listed earlier in this video to conjugate that are irregular for the conditional tense. And these 2 verbs are decir and hacer, which belong in their own cluster that isn't really a cluster. You may remember that these two verbs also didn't belong anywhere or in any cluster for the future tense, right? When we conjugated them for the irregular future tense. So as you'll see here, for the irregular conditional, they also don't belong in the cluster of 8 verbs. So instead, they have their own cluster called, again, much like we did for the irregular future, we have the irregular stems cluster for these 2 irregular conditional verbs. And so for decir and hacer, what that basically means again is that these 2 verbs have such unique changes that they can't or don't fit in any other group, and so therefore they can't be clustered with the other 8. So then let's go ahead and conjugate decir and hacer in the conditional tense. Let's start with decir, which means to say. For the yo subject pronoun in the conditional tense, decir conjugates to diría, D-I-R, accented I, A. For the tu subject pronoun in the conditional tense, decir conjugates to dirías, D-I-R, accented I, A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns in the conditional tense, decir conjugates to diría yet again, D-I-R, accented I-A, just like the yo form. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronouns in the conditional tense, decir conjugates to dirían, D-I-R, accented I-A-N. For the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun in the conditional tense, decir conjugates to diríamos, D-I-R, accented I-A-M-O-S. So now let's conjugate hacer, which means to do or to make. So for the yo subject pronoun in the conditional tense, hacer conjugates to haría, H-A-R, accented I-A. For the tu subject pronoun, hacer conjugates to harías, H-A-R, accented I-A-S. For the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns, hacer conjugates to haría again, H-A-R, accented I-A, much like the yo. For the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronouns in the conditional tense, hacer conjugates to harían, H-A-R, accented I-A-N. And lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronouns in the conditional tense, hacer conjugates to haríamos, H-A-R, accented I-A-M-O-S. So there we go. As you can see, these 2 verbs have their own unique changes in their conjugations for the conditional tense. So they are the most irregular of the 10. Now we've covered how to conjugate irregular verbs in the conditional tense in Spanish. And with this, I would like to say congratulations. We have now covered how to conjugate the 5 main tenses, as I like to call them, in the Spanish language. So now it is time to learn about subtenses, which are tenses that cannot exist in a sentence or cannot be used in a sentence without these main 5 tenses first. So that'll be in the next video. See you there. Alright, so now that we have covered the 5 main tenses within the Spanish language, the present tense, the preterite tense, the imperfect tense, the future tense, and the conditional tense, it is now time to move on to the subtenses of the language. You are now at a great point in Spanish because by covering those 5 main tenses, you know what building blocks can be used right after a subject, right? I, you, me, he, she, and so forth. And it's great that we've got those 5 main conjugations of the language out of the way, right? Because those are very important and crucial to know before moving on. And on top of that, the majority of the language is composed using them. So, of course, those you want to know first before moving on into the subtenses. Now, before we begin talking about our first one, the present progressive tense, you may be wondering, well, what is a subtense, right? Well, a subtense is a tense that cannot be used in Spanish without one of the main 5 preceding it. And of course, one of the main 5 depends on which subtense we're talking about. So as you'll see for the present progressive, it'll only be the present tense. This will become more clear to you as we go on in this video, but just know that a subtense is not one of the 5 main tenses that we've covered thus far. So let's begin with the present progressive subtense. So the present progressive subtense is relatively simple. In English, these are basically ing verbs, right? So walking, talking, sitting. So anytime we're using the present progressive, think of in English as an ing verb in its place, right? So what does this mean then? So that means that the present progressive is used when referring to ongoing actions in the present. So let's take the sentence I am eating in English as an example of the present progressive subtense. In Spanish, this would be yo estoy comiendo. Now let's just focus on the English part for a little bit here. So what do we notice in this sentence? Well, that we are using an ing verb ending in the verb eating, right? I am eating is our sentence. So therefore, in Spanish, eating is the present progressive verb comiendo. So as we can see in this sentence, we have two verbs, right? We have the present tense am, and then we have the present progressive eating. Or in Spanish, the present tense estoy, and then the present progressive verb comiendo. So this is what I mean by subtense, because this present progressive verb could not have existed in this sentence without the present tense am being there first. So this is what I mean when I say a subtense, right? A subtense is a tense that needs one of the main tenses to come before it in Spanish. So therefore, it can't stand on its own. It can't be used right after the subject in a sentence. So that is what makes a subtense in Spanish different from one of the 5 main tenses that we've covered earlier in this course. So now that we know what a subtense is, it's time to ask then, with which of the main tenses does this present progressive subtense work? Well, as you can already probably tell by the name of this subtense, the main tense that works with this subtense is the present tense. So that is why we were using the present tense in our example sentence, I am eating, or in Spanish, yo estoy comiendo, because the present progressive subtense pretty much only works with the present tense before it. Because again, the point of the subtense is to talk about ongoing actions in the present. So now that we know that the present progressive subtense requires the present tense to come before it, a verb that's in the present tense to come before it, we must now talk about how verbs change in terms of their endings in the present progressive tense. So it's relatively simple to remember, and here is how it goes. For regular ER or IR ending verbs, the ending changes to yendo, I-E-N-D-O. So like we saw in our example sentence, the ER verb comer conjugated to comiendo in the present progressive subtense. So comiendo, C-O-M-I-E-N-D-O. So therefore, again, all ER and IR verbs in the present progressive that are regular verbs change to I-E-N-D-O endings. Then, for regular AR ending verbs, the endings change to A-N-D-O, ando. So the regular AR verb caminar conjugates to caminando in the present progressive tense, C-A-M-I-N-A-N-D-O, again using that ando, A-N-D-O verb ending. So now the only thing we have left to talk about is the irregular present progressive verbs. So for irregular verbs in the present progressive subtense in Spanish, they have their own ending called the yendo ending, Y-E-N-D-O. Now, not all of the irregular verbs in the present progressive tense follow or change to this ending, but a lot of them do. And so in order to help you memorize which are the irregular verbs in the present progressive tense, I will of course be attaching a PDF file with a list of them to this video. Alright, so now it's time to talk about the past progressive subtense in Spanish, also sometimes known as the past continuous tense, but just to keep things simple, we're just going to call it the past progressive subtense. Now, this tense is not that much different from the present progressive, which is a great thing. So let me just quickly explain this so it makes sense to you and you'll see how these two are linked. So the past progressive shares the same verb endings as the present progressive, the ones we've just covered, right? The yendo and the ando and the yendo verb endings. But the difference is now that this subtense is not used with the present tense. It is used with the two main past tense tenses in Spanish, the preterite tense, el pretérito, and the imperfect tense, el imperfecto, which is why this one is called the past progressive as opposed to present progressive, which uses or goes along with the present tense. So now let's begin writing out some past progressive sentences in English and in Spanish so we can see how this works. Again, the endings for the subtense verbs will be exactly the same in the past progressive as they were for the present progressive, but you'll notice there's one distinction, right? The main tense that we use before the subtense will be different. So now let's take the example sentences I was eating, which translates to yo estuve comiendo, and I had been eating, which translates to yo estaba comiendo. So now let's take a look at the endings of the second verb conjugation in these two sentences in Spanish. We have comiendo, so again we have the indo ending for the present progressive, right? But now we know it is also shared by the past progressive. However, what changed here is that we're now using it with, instead of the present tense, we're using it with the imperfect and the preterite tense before it, right? As you can see here, we have estuve and estaba. So now we should know, right, that the past progressive subtense in Spanish is used when talking about an action or event that was ongoing in the past or repeating in the past, depending on which one you use before it, right, the preterite or the imperfect past tense. So there we go. We've now learned about the present and past progressive subtenses in Spanish. In the next video, we will learn about another subtense, the present perfect tense. See you there. In this video, we will be talking about the present perfect subtense in Spanish. So this subtense is pretty interesting because it is pretty much exclusively used with the irregular verb haber, which we've talked about before, right? And haber means to have done something, to have done an action. So just know that the present perfect tense is used with this verb. Now, since the verb haber means to have done something, it is a verb that is interesting because it requires a verb after it, right? Because if we take the example, yo he, this just translates to I have, right? But I have what, right? We need something else to complete this thought in this sentence. And so that's kind of where, the present perfect comes in, because it helps us to fill out this idea of I have, as in I have done something. What is the verb or action that you have done? So that is pretty much when we use the present perfect subtense in Spanish. Now, another thing that makes haber so interesting is that notice how we conjugated it in the present tense, right? It's the yo present tense form. We need this to happen before we can use the present perfect tense. Because remember what we said about subtenses earlier, they need one of the 5 main tenses to happen or come before it. And so the present tense is one of those 5, and we must use this before we use a present perfect verb. So even though we've conjugated the verb haber into which is the present tense, we are still referring to the past because of the verb's definition itself. I have, which even in English you can hear how it refers to the past, even if it is conjugated in the present tense. So therefore, the present perfect subtense in Spanish is used when talking about things that started in the past and continue to happen or repeat in the present. So an example of this in English would be the sentence, I have eaten, which in Spanish would be yo he comido. So in this sentence, we can see how this is a present perfect sentence because, again, we have 2 verbs here, have and eaten. But have is conjugated in the present tense, whereas eaten is conjugated in the past. However, this entire sentence is a present perfect tense sentence because we are referring to something in the past while conjugating in the present. So in Spanish, I have eaten turns to yo he comido. There's our famous here. But notice how the ER verb comer is conjugated. It is conjugated with an IDO ending. So what does this tell us? Well, this tells us that the regular verb comer, to eat, is conjugated in this sentence in the present perfect tense because of its three-letter ending ido, ido. We can also use the present perfect subtense in Spanish in sentences that contain object pronouns, which is something we've covered before, right? So let's take a Spanish sentence that uses an object pronoun. Let's take the sentence, yo lo he comido, which translates to in English, I have eaten it. So of course the object pronoun lo here would be the it in English. And so as we can see here, this is a present perfect sentence because it refers to something that happened or started in the past and still continues or affects us in our present existence and being, right? So now that we've clarified what the present perfect subtense is and how to use it, we must talk about the verb conjugation endings. Their verb endings are pretty simple to remember, so I will go ahead and give you them for the regular verbs. So for regular ER and IR verbs, the endings of verbs in the present perfect tense turn to ido, I-D-O. So like we saw in the regular ER verb comer, it changed to comido, C-O-M-I-D-O, which of course in English translates to ate or eaten. For regular AR verbs, the ending changes to ado, A-D-O. So an example of this would be the verb caminar, which is a regular AR verb that means to walk. And in the present perfect tense, this would change to caminado, C-A-M-I-N-A-D-O. And this, of course, translates to walked. Now, much like the other tenses, the present perfect tense also has its own list of irregular verb conjugations. And since there really isn't a pattern for those in this subtense, I will just attach a list to them to this video so you can review them and know which ones are irregular. So that's pretty much it for the present perfect subtense in Spanish. In the next video, we will talk about the indicative versus the subjunctive moods in Spanish and how they relate to everything that we've covered thus far in this course. So I'll see you there. In this video, we will learn about the three different moods that compose the Spanish language. In Spanish, we have three moods: the indicative, the subjunctive, and the imperative. Thus far in this course, every verb, tense, and conjugation that we have learned, with the exception of the conditional tense, has been in the indicative mood. So thus far in this course, we have learned about the present, preterite, imperfect, present perfect, and future tenses in the indicative mood. So then, what is a mood? Well, basically, a mood is a concept that helps us organize verb tenses and refers to the different ways in which a verb can be expressed. So, of course, yet again, to repeat myself, the three moods that compose the Spanish language are the indicative, the subjunctive, and the imperative. Since we have overwhelmingly learned about conjugating verbs in the indicative mood, let's then define what is the indicative mood. Basically, the indicative mood is used when talking about things that are true or certain. So an example of this would be something like facts or personal certainty in beliefs and so forth. So basically, anything that you're certain about, that you have zero doubt on, zero uncertainty on, if you're 100% certain, then you would be using the indicative mood. And so we have learned about indicative mood verbs for 4 different conjugation types, right? And so it's great that we started there because most people tend to speak with the indicative mood first. Then when we move on to advanced Spanish, we get into the subjunctive and the imperative moods. So yes, that is basically what the indicative mood is and how it is used in Spanish. The second mood that we will be talking about is the subjunctive mood. This mood, in contrast to the indicative mood, is used when talking about things that aren't certain, that they have uncertainty or doubt attached to them. So an example of this would be desires, wishes, predictions, probabilities, and so forth. Basically the opposite of the indicative mood. And for the last of the three moods in Spanish, we have the imperative mood, which is used when talking about commands. So whenever we're directly commanding someone to do something or to not do something, a positive versus a negative command, that is only when we use the imperative mood in Spanish. So now that we have these three moods defined, let's give an example of each to best clarify the expression or way in which each one is used and works in the language. So let's start off with the first sentence, Yo comeré la comida mañana, which translates to I will eat the food tomorrow. This is a sentence in the indicative future tense because of its certainty, right? I will eat the food tomorrow. Then we have the second sentence, Yo comería la comida mañana, pero, which translates to I would eat the food tomorrow, but this sentence would be a subjunctive sentence, and it is in the conditional tense because it expresses uncertainty or doubt, right? This sentence alone tells us that the person or subject is unsure whether they will eat the food tomorrow or not. And then the last example sentence we have is Por favor, coma la comida, which translates to in English, please eat the food. And this would be an imperative sentence because this is a command, or more specifically, a positive command because we are telling someone to do something. So thus far we have learned the present, preterite, imperfect, and present perfect in the indicative tense. However, it is also important to know that there is a subjunctive mood or version of these verb conjugations as well, with the exception of the preterite tense, because that tense, the preterite past tense, does not exist in a subjunctive mood. That only exists in the indicative. Much like the conditional tense only exists in a subjunctive mood because, again, it within itself expresses uncertainty, much like the subjunctive mood does. There is a great acronym to help you memorize or know when the subjunctive mood is used compared to the indicative mood and vice versa. For the subjunctive mood, we have the acronym WEIRDO, which will help you memorize in what situations to use the subjunctive mood. So now let's define what each letter in this acronym stands for. So the W in WEIRDO stands for wish or wishes. The E stands for emotions. The I stands for impersonal expressions. The R stands for requests. The D stands for doubts or desires. And the O stands for ojalá, which is the Spanish word for hope, expressing hope. So as you can see, in all of these situations, we would not be 100% certain. So therefore, we would be using the subjunctive mood. Then we also have a great acronym to help us know when to use the imperative mood in Spanish. For the imperative mood, we have the acronym SPOC to help us remember when it is used. So now let's define what each letter of this acronym stands for. So the S in SPOC stands for speech, the P stands for perceptions, the O stands for opinions, beliefs, or thoughts, the C stands for certainty, and then the K stands for knowledge. So as you can see, in all of these situations, we would be certain, so therefore we would be using the indicative mood. And again, the imperative mood in Spanish doesn't need an acronym because it's fairly simple to memorize. We only use that when talking about commands. I will be attaching a document to this video with all of this information to help you remember and know the differences between both, specifically for the two acronyms WEIRDO for the subjunctive mood and SPOC for the indicative mood. These three moods are very important to know, especially when we get into advanced Spanish, as we will begin to use the subjunctive mood more and the imperative mood as well. I hope this helped, and I'll see you in the next video. We've officially conjugated all of the 10 irregular verbs into future tense. They're the most common, and of course, we've grouped them into 3 clusters to help you memorize their changes, right? So now you'll have this as a file to look over and help you remember, of course. And that's pretty much it for the irregular verbs in the future tense. In the next video, we will be talking about the final of the 5 main subject tenses. Welcome to the next section of the course. In this section of the course, we will learn how to confidently write in Spanish. But in order for us to get there, we must first start off with the basics. In this video, we will cover the Spanish alphabet and the accent rules in Spanish, so you best know how they work. In this course so far, we have seen accents pop up here and there, and you may be wondering about the rules and how to use them and what they signify, especially since we don't have these in the English language. Well, not to worry, we will get there in this video as well. But first, let's begin with the Spanish alphabet. In Spanish, the alphabet is called el alfabeto, similar to the English word alphabet. El alfabeto, or the Spanish alphabet, contains 27 different letters. Now, we will also be including 3 pronunciations which are important, and these 3 pronunciations are no longer part of the official alphabet, but they are still very important to know. So now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to pronounce these 30 different letters, or rather 27 letters and 3 pronunciations of the Spanish language, so you can tell how they sound on their own. Now, as just a preface, of course, these letters won't sound exactly the same once you bunch them up together into words, but that's a given. Nonetheless, let's go ahead and get started. Under each letter, I am going to attach the phonetic spelling so you have a better idea of how I'm pronouncing each one of these. These are the following 27 letters and 3 pronunciations of the Spanish language that make up the Spanish alfabeto. A, B, C, Ch, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, Y, M, N, Ñ, O, P, Q, R, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. If you need to hear those again, you can rewind and pause at any letter, or you can just go letter by letter, pause just so you can get a better understanding of how each one is pronounced. So there we go. Those are officially the 27 letters of the Spanish alphabet, and the 3 pronunciations. Now let's talk about the accent marks in the Spanish language. In Spanish, there are 3 main types of accent marks, as you'll see here displayed in these 3 letters. The first one that we will talk about is called the tilde, or in Spanish, el tilde. This squiggly line is exclusively used in the Spanish letter ñ. Without this squiggly line known as a tilde, this letter would be the letter N in Spanish, similar to the English letter N. However, in Spanish, ñ, the N with the squiggly line, is its own letter, as we now know. So therefore, this one is very important because its presence in a word can alter its meaning and change its pronunciation completely. This can be seen in the following example. The 2 words in Spanish, moño versus mono. Let's hear those 2 again. Moño versus mono. The first one translates to bun in English, while the second one translates to monkey in English. So as you can see, the presence of the squiggly line, the tilde, also known as the letter ñ, when it's paired with the letter N, completely changes its meaning and pronunciation. This is why this letter, and also this accent mark, is very important to know. The next accent mark that we will be talking about is this 2-dotted accent mark in Spanish, called in English a diaresis, or in Spanish la diéresis. This accent mark is only used above the letter U, or U, in English. Its presence in the Spanish language isn't very common and is used in only a select amount of words, which will be attached to this video. But let's take a look at 2 just so you can hear how it sounds in Spanish. So some example words using a diéresis in Spanish would be the words pingüino and bilingüe. Again, pingüino and bilingüe. Pingüino means penguin and bilingüe means bilingual. But let's hear these 2 again. Pingüino and bilingüe. So as we can hear, the U with the 2 dots, the diaresis accent mark in Spanish, helps us give that gui or gue sound and pronunciation in words. In pingüino, it would be the gui sound, and then in bilingüe, it would be the gue sound. The last of the three accents that we're going to mention and is important to know is, of course, the acute accent, and it is also the most commonly used accent in the Spanish language. This accent is very important and is written from the bottom left to the top right diagonally on top of vowels only. So again, this accent mark is only used on vowels, A, E, I, O, U, or in Spanish, A, E, I, O, U. This accent mark is used to indicate or emphasize stress on a certain syllable in a word in Spanish. So before we get to that, let me explain what word stress is with syllables and how it relates to this accent mark. So let's take the words in English knowledge, climate, and geography. Notice how in each of those words there was a stress or emphasis on a certain syllable. Let's hear them again. Knowledge, climate, and geography. In the first two words, the stress was on the first syllable, knowledge, na, and then in climate, cli. For the third word, the emphasis was on the second syllable, og, in geography. This is what word stress is. It's basically kind of where we put the emphasis on what syllable in a word. It kind of helps us give this language, a more nativeness to it, right? So by knowing your word stresses, you become more of a native speaker because you know where to emphasize the word. This is what word stress is, and of course we have this in Spanish as well. So this is what the acute accent mark in Spanish aims to do. It aims to tell us where to add the stress and on what syllable. Now, of course, this accent mark is only added on words that break the two rules of word stress in Spanish. So what are they? Let's go ahead and now talk about the two rules of word stress in Spanish. So the first rule, if a word ends in a vowel, A, E, I, or U, or an N, or an S, then you must stress the second to last syllable. Let's take some example words in Spanish of this rule. So let's take the words hablo, joven, computadora, and hombres. In the word hablo, we are stressing the second to last syllable. So in this word, since there's only two syllables, this would be the first syllable. Same thing goes with the second word joven. There are only two syllables, so the syllable that we stress is the first one. And then in computadora, we stress the second to last syllable because that is what this rule asks us to do. So we stress the syllable do. And then in the last word hombres is same thing as the first two. Since there's only two syllables in this, we stress the first syllable. That is the first rule of word stress in Spanish. Now let's talk about the second rule. The second rule says, if the word ends in a consonant, meaning a letter that isn't a vowel, other than N or S, then you must stress the last syllable. So let's take some Spanish words to demonstrate this second rule of word stress. Let's take the words español, estoy, feliz, and trabajador. In these words, we stress español, estoy, feliz, and trabajador. So as you can hear in all four of these words, we stressed the very last syllable because, of course, this is what this rule asks us to do. And of course, these words fall under this rule because they follow what the title of this rule is. However, if a word does not follow one of these two rules that have been mentioned, then you must add the acute accent to know on what stress it falls instead. So let's take the example word exámenes. In this word, we have the accent on the second syllable, despite this word exámenes having four syllables. Why is that? Why don't we stress the second to last syllable if this is what it should be doing, right? Because this word ends in the letter S, right? So it should be following rule 1, but it does not. So this is a rule breaker word. We must then add the acute accent on the correct syllable to let us know where it belongs, since it doesn't follow any of the two rules mentioned earlier. So since the stress in the word examines follows or falls under the second syllable, we must add an accent over the letter A after the letter X in the word examines, because that lets us know that that is where the stress or the emphasis must be added. So in order for us to know on what syllable this rule breaker word has the stress in, we must add the accent to let us know, or else we'll probably blindly think that it falls under the second to last syllable, right? Because it ends in the letter S, but that is not the case. So therefore, in order for us to know that it doesn't follow any of those two rules, we must add the accent. Alright, great. So with that out of the way, we also must know that these acute accents are also used to help us separate words that have the same spelling but different meanings. These type of words are also known as homonyms in English. So let's take a look at a common example in Spanish of a homonym and how the acute accent mark helps us to separate these two words that have similar or same spellings but completely different meanings. Let's take the example sí versus sí. The first sí with the accent means yes in English, while the second sí means if. This is very important because, as we can see here, not only did the accent change how the word was pronounced, but it also changed the meaning. The first sí went up in intonation or in sound because it is used to indicate that the accent was placed there, while the second C is more flat and monotone. A list of the rest of these homonyms will be attached to this video so you can study them and know which are also like this C versus C example. Now, the acute accent is also used in question words in Spanish. Question words always have accents in them. So what are question words? Question words are words like who, what, when, where, why, and how. Here is a list presented to you so you can see. We have cuál, which means which, cuándo, which means when, cuánto, which means how much, cómo, which means how, dónde, which means where, por qué, which means why, qué, which means what, and lastly, quién, which means who. So as you can see, in all of these question words, we have an accent in them. However, if you use these words in a statement sentence as opposed to a direct question, then you do not add an accent to these words. Let's take a look at an example of this in Spanish. We have the two example sentences in Spanish, ¿Cómo estás? And ella es como una estrella. So in the first one, I was asking a question, a direct question, so an accent was needed on this word como, right? Whereas in the second sentence, I was making a general statement, so no accent was needed on the word como. This is important because not only did the type of sentence I'm saying change whether I should have used an accent or not, but it also changed the meaning of the word, because como with the accent means how, whereas como without the accent means like or as. This is another example of the homonyms that we talked about earlier. And lastly, this type of accent, the acute accent, is used with a set of words called demonstratives, which is basically just a term that describes words that describe the location of things or refer to them, depending if you use them as an adjective, for example, this car, or as a pronoun, for example, that one. Just so we can have a quick, clear idea of what I mean when I talk about a demonstrative adjective versus a demonstrative pronoun, here are two examples in English of sentences using each one. The first sentence, I like this car, uses a demonstrative in the adjective form, whereas a sentence, I like that one, uses a demonstrative as a pronoun. In the first sentence, we are referring to this to describe the car, and in the second one with the pronoun, we are using that one to describe the actual object. So in place of car, we used that one. A list of these will also be attached to this video so you can refer to them and know how they work in Spanish. So I hope this makes sense, and please make sure to look at the resources and replay this video if any of these accent marks and word stress rules do not make sense in Spanish. So with that, we have covered all of the accent marks in Spanish and how they operate within the language. See you in the next video. In this video, we will learn about Spanish punctuation marks, capitalization rules, and abbreviations, which are highly useful and beneficial in order to write in Spanish like a native and to help you improve in general with your Spanish writing. So much like in English, we also have punctuations in Spanish. In Spanish, these are called puntuación, punctuation. And they are mostly shared with the English ones. There's not too much of a difference, with an exception of upside down question marks and exclamation points. And of course, apart from the accents that we have already covered. But let's go into the ones that we haven't talked about yet, which are, of course, the upside down question marks and exclamation points. So let's start off with the upside down and right side up question marks. So these are called signo de interrogación in Spanish, and they are used at the beginning and the end of a question. So that is very important. I know that in English we only add a question mark to the end of the question, but in Spanish you must add a question mark at the beginning, an upside down one, and then a right side up one at the end. Then we have the upside down and right side up exclamation points, which in Spanish are called signo de exclamación. And much like the signo de interrogación, you must also add a signo de exclamación, an upside down exclamation point, at the beginning of the expressive statement, and then the right side up at the end of the statement. So let's take two examples of these to show you what I mean. Let's take the question ¿Cómo estás?, which we've seen before, which means how are you? And then the exclamation statement Estoy feliz, which of course translates to I am happy. Now, you always, of course, like in English, use these exclamation points in sentences or statements that are trying to express surprise or shock or excitement. So yeah, that is pretty much the only difference. So now, it's important for you to remember this. These are also found in the Spanish keyboard. Sometimes though, some Spanish speakers, for the sake of, brevity, don't type the upside down question mark and upside down exclamation point, but just know if you're trying to be formal in an email or writing something longer than that, it is important that you add these to show that you know your formal correct Spanish punctuation rules and so forth. Now the other punctuation marks I'm not going to really talk about because they're pretty much similar to English, right? We also have, of course, a punto, which is a period. We also have comillas, which are quotation marks. We also have the hashtag or pound sign called the almohadilla. And then we also have, of course, hyphens and semicolons and colons and commas. However, there are some slight differences in how they're used in Spanish compared to English. Let's take the example of the colon. This can also be used at the end of a salute in an email. For example, if you're saying Dear X or Dear, Mr. or Mrs., then you can use a colon at the end of this greeting in the email. So that is optional. I know in English we use the comma, but in Spanish you can use the colon for that instead. Another way that we have some slight differences is, of course, the way in which we write dates in Spanish. So this is very important because I know that in English, dates, we typically write them as month, day, year, right? So like, let's say January 5th, 2021, right? And so that would be 1/5/21. But in Spanish, we do not do this. In Spanish, the date goes first, then the month, and then the year. So in English, we would have something like January 5th, 2021, but in Spanish, it would be the 5th of January, 2021. So in Spanish, this would sound like el 5 de enero del 2021. And of course, this is reflected when writing, dates, whether we're writing out the whole month and date and year or abbreviating. So the way I just finished saying it, 5 de enero del 2021, that would be the full way of saying it. But if I were trying to abbreviate this, then it would obviously appear as 05/01/2021. Okay, so those are some great rules to know about los signos de puntuación, or punctuation marks in Spanish. Now let's move on to capitalization rules, because this is very important and often forgotten, by students learning Spanish. But remember, there are some differences in how we capitalize things in English compared to Spanish. So let's talk about that. So unlike in English, personal titles like Mrs. or Doctor are not capitalized unless they are abbreviated, which is what we're going to cover next. Days of the week, months, religions, languages, and nationalities are also not capitalized in Spanish. But names of countries, states, and cities are capitalized. And when we're talking about books, movies, arts, and TV show titles, only the first letter of the first word is capitalized. And lastly, holidays, newspaper and magazine and publication titles and album titles are also capitalized for the first letter but of each word, much like in English. So just remember that in Spanish, things like, languages, nationalities, months, days of the week, and religions are not capitalized. So I know this can seem a little bit weird at first, but these are the capitalization rules of Spanish. Alright, so for the last part of this video, let's talk about abbreviations in Spanish, la abreviatura. So, abbreviations in Spanish just work much like they do in English. We have abbreviations for, names or titles of people. So, Mrs. or Mr. or Doctor and so forth. A list of these will be attached to this video, so that way you can learn how to write these, and they will be useful whether you're writing an email or trying to speak to someone and address them by their title. Alright, so that's it for this video. I hope this helped. See you in the next one. In this video, we will learn about key phrases and trigger words for the preterite and imperfect past tense tenses in Spanish. So, as you might know already, the best way to figure out whether a word is conjugated is by looking at the endings, right, of how the verb is changed, or known as its verb conjugation. The way it's conjugated through the ending and memorizing the ending patterns will help you remember whether it is in the imperfect or the preterite past tense. But how about these in sentences, right? Because let's say you're still a little shaky in terms of remembering the endings and their patterns. Well, not to worry, because there's another way to help you remember and reinforce whether the sentence that you're reading or hearing is in the preterite or imperfect tense in Spanish. Now, we can also use, of course, the acronyms that we learned, right? Spicy and Waters in the previous section of the course to help us remember in which situations we use the preterite versus the imperfect tense. But on top of this, we have these key phrases and trigger words to let us know whether the sentence is a preterite past tense sentence or an imperfect past tense sentence in Spanish. Now, in this video, we will also be learning about transition words. But before we get to those, let's first learn about some of the key phrases and trigger words that indicate whether the sentence is in the preterite past tense or imperfect past tense. Let's begin by separating these two, and we're only going to put about a few here. To this video, the full list will be attached, not to worry, but for the sake of this video, we're going to cover just a few. So let's first start off with some Spanish key phrases for the preterite past tense. We have the following 5. Ayer, which means yesterday. Anteayer, which means the day before yesterday. We have anoche, which means last night. We have el otro día, which means the other day. And lastly, we have el día or mes or año pasado, which translates to the past day or month or year. So as we can see here, what do all of these key phrases or trigger words have in common? Well, they all relate to the singular past, also known as things that happened in the past once, right? So yesterday will only happen once. So this is how you should start thinking of these to help you memorize the preterite past tense versus imperfect past tense. So now let's move on to Spanish key phrases for the imperfect past tense. We have siempre, which means always, todos los días, which means every day, todas las semanas, which means every week, todos los meses, which means every month, and then cada día or semana or mes, which means each day or week or month. So what can we notice in these key phrases and trigger words for the imperfect past tense? Well, that they all relate to the repeated past, right? If I'm talking about every day or always, clearly I'm talking about doing something in the past more than once. So again, these two tie into the very basic concepts of the preterite versus imperfect past tense. So these 5 and actually 10 up here should be great starters for you to help you memorize some trigger words and some key phrases for each of these past tenses in Spanish. Again, the full list will be attached to this video. Now let's talk about transition words in Spanish. Well, what is a transition word in case you might not know? Because we also have these in English. Well, basically, a transition word is a word that shows the relationship between two different thoughts or ideas in a sentence. This might sound similar to the definition of conjunctions, something that we've covered in the first section of this course. But the difference from transition words to conjunctions is that transition words demonstrate the relationship between two sentences. For example, how they are related to each other, right? Whereas conjunctions are mainly used to compare and contrast two ideas in a sentence. Examples of transition words in English include the words and, but, so, and because. They show your reader or listener the relationship between the two phrases, ideas, or sentences, and sometimes even paragraphs in something that you are speaking or hearing. And of course, also writing. When you use them, you make it easier for the listener or for the reader to understand how those two thoughts or ideas that you are talking about are connected to each other. This brings me to a question that I often get asked by students. Can you switch tenses within the same sentence in Spanish? Yes, absolutely. However, it is important to note that the verbs that are conjugated cannot be right next to each other. This is just a rule that we talked about in the first section of the course, right? If you're going to have two conjugated verbs, if they're going to be next to each other, they have to be in different conjugations. But if you're going to switch tenses within the same sentence, then of course they cannot be next to each other at all. They must be separated by other words in between that hint a transition towards another tense within the sentence. Let's take the example sentence in Spanish, Yo iba caminando y entonces empezó a llover, as an example. This sentence translates to, I had been walking and then it began to rain. So what can we note here? Well, that we start off with an imperfect conjugation, right? Iba. And then we transition into a preterite conjugation, empezó. So we have the verb iba conjugated in the imperfect tense at the beginning of the sentence, and then we have the verb empezó conjugated in the preterite tense. Notice how far away these two verbs are from each other, and notice what word came before the preterite conjugation empezó, right? The word entonces, a transition word which means then in English. So in order for us to switch tenses within the same sentence in Spanish, we had to use a transition word before the second verb conjugation. This is what I mean by this, that you cannot have these two verbs next to each other. You need transitions before the second verb conjugation in order to be able to switch. This, of course, is just one of the many transition words found in Spanish. A full list will also be attached to this video to help you review and remember some. These are great to know because they will help you build more complex sentences in Spanish, whether you're speaking, writing, or anything else in general. I hope this helped, and I'll see you in the next video. So now that you know the building blocks of Spanish and how they work in Spanish writing, you are now well on your way to creating your very own Spanish sentences, small excerpts, paragraphs, and more. This is very great because knowing how to write in Spanish is an awesome tool into mastering the language and becoming fluent in it. So now that we know all of the building blocks to build grammatically correct sentences, we must now know how to apply that knowledge when it comes to writing in Spanish. So now in this course, you have all of these resources at your disposal that you can always go back to if you need a refresher or a rewind. But now in this video, we will talk about some great tips to help boost your Spanish writing and some great tips just so you know what you're writing and feel more confident in doing so. So here are some great tips for writing in Spanish. As always, verb conjugations are extremely important to know because when you get to advanced Spanish, the subject pronoun is often omitted in sentences when speaking or writing to save time. Let's take a look at an example of this. So we have our familiar sentence, Yo como la comida, which translates to I eat the food. This sentence includes the subject pronoun yo, right? So it makes it very clear as to who is eating the food, who is doing the action. So this would be a more so beginner's Spanish sentence. Whereas the second sentence, como la comida, this sentence means the exact same thing as the first, but what do you notice? Well, that the subject is omitted, right? There is no yo here, but everything else stayed the same, including the conjugation of the verb comer. So, what do we notice from this? Well, that there is no subject, but the verb conjugation remained the same. This then tells us that the subject of this sentence is still yo, but why was it omitted? Because of what I said earlier, when you get to advanced Spanish, it is very common for native speakers to omit the subject to save time when writing or speaking, of course. Now, this isn't the most formal thing to do, but it's definitely grammatically correct. So how would you know who the subject is if there is no subject explicitly stated in the sentence? Well, that's when you would have to know the verb conjugation. The verb conjugation tells you it all, right? The subject and the tense in which you're speaking in. Here's my second tip for writing in Spanish. Write only what you know. Remember, it's better to start off with a small bunch of words that you know well rather than to bite off more than you can chew. Don't overextend yourself by trying to use vocabulary that we haven't covered yet or that you don't already know, right? You'll get there in time. Because I know all too well that students are often eager to getting into writing complex sentences and the like in Spanish. But in order to get to that level, we must first know the basics and first have a grasp of at least 10 verbs and nouns and of course the subject pronouns in our vocabulary bank mastered and known well in order for us to continue accruing and building our vocabulary bank mentally, right? So this is very important, right? It's better to be short and sweet and simple than to be, overly complex and convoluted and then end up not making sense in the process. Tip 3 for writing in Spanish. Remember that Spanish follows the subject, verb, noun, word order. So when you're writing a basic sentence, you must remember that the subject goes first, then the verb, then the noun. This is just the way it is. Of course, this order will always be grammatically correct, but remember, in more advanced and complex sentences, you can also add conjunctions, prepositions, and so forth to be more expressive and show you're improving fluency in the language. Words like conjunctions and prepositions are not mandatory in basic sentences, but once you get comfortable with writing basic sentences and start writing intermediate and advanced sentences, then that's when those come into the mix. So just remember that. Subject, verb, noun. And of course, subject-verb agreement is extremely important in Spanish, whether you're writing it, reading it, and so forth. And lastly, my last tip for writing in Spanish for now is, remember that the building blocks in Spanish can repeat in a sentence and still be correct. For instance, we can have 2 or more verbs in a sentence, but they must either be conjugated differently or have other types of words, such as nouns or transition words, in between those 2 verbs. So let's take a look at an example of this. So an example of this would be the following sentence. Yo iba caminando y entonces empezó a llover, which translates to in English, I had been walking and then it began to rain. We've seen this sentence in the transition words video, right? And again, this ties into what I'm saying now, right? That you can have the building blocks repeat in a sentence to make the sentence longer. Kind of basically like think of it as a row of Lego building blocks, right? You attach them and piece them together vertically, and then, it becomes longer and longer. This is how these building blocks of Spanish work as well. So, in this sentence, yo iba caminando y entonces empezó a llover, we have a subject pronoun, then a conjugated verb in the imperfect past tense, then a conjugated verb in the past progressive subtense, then a conjunction, then a transition word, then a conjugated verb in the preterite past tense, then a preposition, and then lastly a non-conjugated verb. So as we can see here, we have 3 verbs in this sentence alone, all conjugated differently, and the verbs were separated by other words, such as transition words and so forth. So just keep in mind, you're not limited to just, writing 3 words, right? Subject, verb, noun. Of course, you can add other things as well, but make sure you know the order, right? You know where these words belong. All right, great. So with these tips in mind, you're well on your way to writing your sentences in Spanish, and I hope that these tips help clarify some things that you may have had some questions on, right? Remember to keep these tips in mind when you're writing your own Spanish sentences and so forth. Now, of course, these tips are not only limited to writing, but of course, that's the focus of this section of this course. In the next lecture, you will have writing practice exercises waiting for you to start beginning to write your own Spanish sentences, excerpts, and paragraphs, and so forth. So I recommend that you do these exercises for practice because it will definitely help you in feeling more comfortable and confident in writing your very own Spanish words and sentences. So I hope that writing practice helps. It's definitely a great interactive activity for you to do in your own time at your own pace. And of course, if you have any doubts, you can look back to the previous videos and resources that are available to you in this course. So bye for now, and I'll see you in the next section of the course. This is in the Spanish language, the conditional tense. See you there. Welcome to the next section of the course, in which we will learn how to confidently speak in Spanish. In this video, we will learn about Spanish pronunciation rules and patterns and how they relate in terms of words to get you sounding like a native Spanish speaker. Here we go. First, we'll start off this video by focusing on the consonants and then later on the vowels. It's good to split these up into 2 just so you're aware of, again, the differences between a consonant and a vowel, and again, what letters fall into each category. Let's start off by talking about similarly pronounced consonants. In Spanish, this would be the letters C, S, and Zeta. So these 3 letters can all be pronounced as the S in the English word sit. For example, centro, which means center in Spanish, is pronounced as centro. Siesta, which means nap in Spanish, is pronounced as siesta. And zanahoria, which means carrot, is pronounced as zanahoria. So as you can hear, centro, siesta, zanahoria, these are C, S, and Z, but yet they all have an S sound to them in the beginning, right? So that's what I mean as in C, S, and Zeta, or C, S, and Z, are all similarly pronounced consonants in Spanish. But beware, for the letter C, or C in English, if it is followed by an A, U, L, or O, then it becomes pronounced as the K sound in the English word kit. For example, casa, which means house in Spanish, is pronounced as casa. Claro, which means clear in Spanish, is pronounced as claro. And cocina, which means kitchen in Spanish, is pronounced as cocina. So as we can hear and see here, the letter C, or C in Spanish, is pronounced as the K in kit only if it is followed by an A, a U, an L, or an O. And as we can see here in these 3 Spanish words, casa, claro, and cocina, the letter C, se, is followed by these letters. Now let's just talk about other consonants in Spanish. So, the letter D, or de, in Spanish is not pronounced like D in English, but instead as the de in the English word dent. For example, let's take a look at this Spanish word. después, which means after in Spanish, is pronounced as después and not después. So remember, the letter de in Spanish is pronounced as de and not di. Then we have the letter G in Spanish, which in English is the letter G. And this is an interesting one because it can either sound like the English H in the word whole or the gu sound in the word mongoose, depending on what letter it is followed by. For instance, if the letter G is followed by the letter E, then it is pronounced as the H. So gente, Gente, which means people in Spanish, is pronounced as gente, like if it started with an H in English. Whereas gusta, which starts off with a G but then is followed by a U-S-T-A, which means like in Spanish, is pronounced as gusta as opposed to justa. So just remember this difference. And then the letter J, J in English, is also pronounced with an H-type sound like in the word whole, and it is not pronounced like the J in English is. So let's take a look at an example of this in Spanish. We have the word Jorge, which means George in Spanish, is pronounced as Jorge, as if it started with an H in English, right? So remember, the letter J, J, has more of an H sound in Spanish. Then we have the two consonants B and V, or in English, B and V. There's often confusion between these two since they sound similar in Spanish, but the difference is that the letter B, as in B, is clearly said without any fuzz or vibration, whereas the letter V in English, is pronounced with a buzz or type of vibration sound effect. It's almost like you were going to say the letter F in English, right? Because you have that like fuzzy sound effect to it. So let's take a look at these example Spanish words. We have escoba, which means broom in Spanish, is pronounced as escoba, whereas we have veinte, which means 20 in Spanish, is pronounced as feinte, almost like if it started with an F, right? But not really. So that is the distinction between the Spanish letters B and V. You can hear the difference. Then we have the two R's, right? We have R and R. So in the second R, you can hear I clearly rolled my tongue, right? I clearly rolled my R's. And that is the main difference between these two, is that in the first R, the single R, you don't roll your R's, while in the double R, you do. For example, let's take a look at this. We have the words estar, which means to be in Spanish. It's just pronounced as estar. You don't even have to roll your R's there, you roll your tongue. But then we have the word guerra, which means war, and is pronounced as guerra. So as you can hear, I had to roll my R's here since this word has two R's. That is the main difference between these two. And then we have the two L's and then the Y. So doble L and Y. These two are also similarly pronounced in Spanish, as in they both have the Y sound found in the English word yellow. For instance, let's take the words lleno, which means full in Spanish, is pronounced as lleno. Then we have the word pollo, which means chicken in Spanish, is pronounced as pollo. Notice how in these two words we have two L's. For the first one, we have the two L's at the beginning, and then for the second word, we have the L's near the end, lleno and pollo. Notice how in both of those, the two L's sound like a Y in English. Lleno and pollo. Then we have the word ayer, spelled A-Y-E-R, which means yesterday in Spanish, is pronounced as ayer. Again, same sound as the two L's, right? Doble L. The Y, the Y, also has that Y sound. So just know that the two L's and the Y both have the same sound in Spanish. Okay, so great. Now it's time to talk about the vowels and their pronunciation in Spanish words. We have 5 vowels in Spanish, A, E, I, O, U, and they also vary in their pronunciation compared to English, of course. So let's start off with the first one, the letter A, which would be the letter A in English, and it is pronounced with the a in the English word aha. So let's take an example Spanish word that uses this. Let's take the word antes, spelled A-N-T-E-S, which means before. It is pronounced as antes and not and-tes or and-tes, right? It's pronounced antes. So as you can hear, the letter A has that kind of full-voiced mouth sound. Then we have the next two vowels, the letters E and E. So the letter E is pronounced as the E found in the English word behave, and the letter E is pronounced as E found in the English word be. So therefore the word pie, which means foot in Spanish, is pronounced as pie and not pe or pie or pie, right? So just remember that. And then we have the vowel O, the letter O, which in English would be the letter O, and it is pronounced similarly to English, but more so with the O found in the English word cope as opposed to O. So remember, the difference in pronunciation is distinct, subtle, but still distinct. So we have O in Spanish and then O in English. So remember, it's more like O in Spanish. So therefore, the Spanish word oso, which means bear in Spanish, is pronounced as oso and not oso. And then lastly, we have the vowel U, which in English would be the letter U. And it is pronounced as the U found in the English word ooze. So therefore, the Spanish word punto, which means point, is pronounced as punto and not punto, as you probably would assume in English. This vowel can also be silent, and we'll get to that next. So now, for the last part of this Spanish pronunciation video, let's talk about silent letters in the Spanish language. The letter H in Spanish, which in English would be the letter H, is always silent in Spanish. So let's take some Spanish words to demonstrate this. We have the words hambre, which means hunger, hombre, which means man, helado, which means ice cream, and hija, which means daughter. So as we can hear in all of these, hambre, hombre, helado, hija, the H is completely silent, and the pronunciation of each word begins with the second letter. This is also the case for words in Spanish that don't start with the letter H or H. For example, the Spanish word ahora, which means now. Notice how this word doesn't start with the letter H, but we still make the H silent. It is pronounced as ahora and not ahora, right? So remember, the letter H is always silent in Spanish when pronouncing it in words. Alright, and lastly, let's get back to that vowel, the letter U, or in Spanish, U. We know that this letter U is pronounced like the U in the English word ooze, but sometimes it is also silent in Spanish, but only when the word has a G before it and an E or I after it. For example, let's take the two Spanish words guía, which means guide, and guisantes, which means peas. Notice how the U in these two Spanish words, guía and guisantes, is preceded by the letter G and then followed by the letter I, thus making the U or the U in these two words in Spanish completely silent. So just remember that the vowel U or U in Spanish can sometimes be silent if it is preceded by the letter G and then followed by the letter I or E after it. Well, that's it for this Spanish pronunciation video. I hoped it helped, and of course this will be attached as a resource to this video so you can download and print or review on your own time. Again, I hoped it helped, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. So now that we have covered pronunciation rules in Spanish, it would become a lot easier for you to now know how to pronounce certain words in Spanish based on how they're spelled. Remember that the proximity of letters to each other modifies the way the word is going to be pronounced and what letters will be pronounced as well. But now it's time to now put that all together into actual phrases and greetings in Spanish, which we will talk about in this video. Because of course, you can learn all of these technical rules and so forth, but if you don't have any real, phrases or greetings and the like to actually implement them and help you practice how to speak, it's basically pointless. So the whole goal of this course is to actually get you saying sentences, your very own sentences in Spanish. And what better way to start doing so than by learning some basic greetings and commonly used phrases. So as always, attached to this video will be a list of phrases and greetings that you should know in Spanish to get you sounding like a native speaker. These phrases will also come in handy whether you're speaking to a native Spanish speaker, visiting a Spanish country, or just are trying to expand your vocabulary. Every Spanish learner should know some phrases and some greetings, especially if you want to introduce yourself, ask someone how they're doing, and so forth. So this list of Spanish greetings and phrases that I will be attaching to this video as a downloadable resource will be separated into categories and themes, so that way you know under which category and situation you should use each phrase or greeting. Let's talk about some. I'm not going to mention or cover all of them in this video because then this would make the video very long, but you should now know or have an idea of how these are pronounced due to now knowing the Spanish pronunciation rules. And of course, you can always also use, an online translator to give you an idea of how, the phrase sounds. But of course, we want to make sure that we also know our Spanish pronunciation rules as well. So some commonly used Spanish phrases that might come in handy to you are some introductory phrases, right? If you're trying to introduce yourself to someone, you might want to ask someone, ¿Cómo estás? Again, ¿Cómo estás? This is a phrase and a question that we have seen before in a previous video, right? And it means, how are you? We also have other expressions and phrases like, mi nombre es, or yo me llamo, which are two different ways to say my name is. And then we have other words like gracias, which means thank you, de nada, which means you're welcome, and disculpa, which means sorry. Now, don't forget, sometimes it is important to be able to know when to use certain greetings as they are, remember, either formal or informal. We talked about this right in the first section of the course, that in Spanish we have two yous. We have the tú, which is the informal you, and then we have the usted, which is the formal you. Again, as a quick recap, the tú you is only used informally, so that means with people you're close with, people that you are familiar with, are comfortable with, and so forth. Whereas the usted you is formal and used with people that you're not close with, strangers and higher ups and so forth, to show that you are trying to be respectful. So this also applies in terms of when to use certain expressions and phrases in Spanish. Let's bring back that ¿Cómo estás? Question again, and then below it add ¿Cómo está? So as we can see here, we have two variations of the question ¿Cómo estás? We have ¿Cómo estás? At the top, and then ¿Cómo está? At the bottom. These, of course, both mean how are you in Spanish. But now the difference is what? Well, the conjugation of the verb, right? Notice how we dropped the S in estás for the second one. Why? Because the second one, ¿Cómo está?, is conjugated in the usted subject pronoun, in the formal you. So the implication for the second one is that you were asking someone that you're not close with, or someone that you have a lot of respect for in general, or are trying to be respectful to, the question, how are you? Whereas the first, ¿Cómo estás?, is conjugated in the tú, the informal you subject pronoun. So this implies that you would be asking someone that you're close with, like a friend or relative. So that's just something to be aware of, right? That who you're speaking to or asking questions or greeting in Spanish matters, because the level of formality will vary. This can also be seen in the following two questions in Spanish: ¿Cómo te va? And ¿Cómo le va? So again, ¿Cómo te va? And ¿Cómo le va? So in the first one, we are using te, right? And we know, based on section 2 of this course, when we cover these pronouns, that te is derived from the tu subject pronoun. So this question, ¿Cómo te va?, which translates to in English, how is it going, is being asked to someone that the speaker is close with or familiar with. Whereas the second one, ¿Cómo le va?, we are using le here instead of te. So this is an indirect object pronoun. And again, based on what we covered in section 2, we know that le derives from the usted subject pronoun, which is the formal you. So in this question, ¿Cómo le va?, which also translates to how's it going, the implication is that it is being asked to someone that you're not close with or someone you're trying to show respect for, like, an elderly person, or again, someone that is higher up, or someone that you're just a general stranger to, and so forth. And one last thing that I wanted to mention is, again, don't forget the difference between ser and estar, which both mean to be, because these also affect how the meaning of the phrase or question you're asking changes. So let's say someone asks you, ¿Cómo estás?, right? They would be asking you, how are you? But then let's say someone asks you, ¿Cómo eres?. This is slightly different. This eres derives from the verb ser as opposed to estás, which derives from the verb estar. We know that ¿Cómo estás?, translates to how are you, but what about ¿Cómo eres?? Well, ¿Cómo eres?, translates to how or what are you like? What are you like as a person? What are your personality traits or your characteristics or your, typical behaviors and the like? So you see why it is important to, again, remember the difference between ser and estar. 3 greetings that will also come in handy to know are, of course, these following 3. Buenos dias, which translates to good morning or good day. It can be used as both. Buenas tardes, which translates to good afternoon. And then buenas noches, which translates to good night. Now in Spanish, buenas noches can be used also as a greeting. So not only is it used for telling someone or implying that someone's going to go to bed, right? But it can also be used as a greeting as well. I hope you find this resource full of greetings and phrases in Spanish useful to you, and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we will learn about possessives in Spanish. Now you may be wondering, what are possessives? Well, we have these in English too when we say things like mine and yours and so forth. Possessives are meant to show or indicate that you own something or that someone else owns something. An object, a belonging, and so forth. So anytime we're trying to indicate ownership, we use possessives. We have these in English too, and of course, we have these in Spanish as well. So to get you to be able to state or make sentences using possessive words to indicate to your listener or reader that you own a certain thing or that they own a certain thing, we must use either a possessive adjective or a possessive pronoun. And we'll talk about the difference of both in a second. So attached to this video will be a chart with both of these so you can see what they look like separated and with what subject pronouns they are associated to. Because much like in English, when I say mine and yours, you can already assume who I'm talking about, right, as a subject. Like when I say mine, I'm clearly talking about myself, I. But if I say yours, I'm talking about you. We have these as well in Spanish. This is how possessives work in Spanish as well. They are tied to different subjects, and each one looks different because they are attached to different subjects. Okay, so let's first start off with possessive adjectives. So let's lay out our Spanish possessive adjectives chart. So let's first start off by laying out our 5 subject pronouns, of course, yo, tú, él, ella, usted, ellos, ellas, ustedes, and nosotros y nosotras. So when we talk about possessive adjectives in Spanish and possessive pronouns, as we'll see later, they are split up into 2 categories, singular versus plural. So of course this is important to memorize because of course there are singular and plural nouns that we can refer to in Spanish when we're talking about possessing things, right? So that's why these 2 exist. But we must split them up in order to remember that there are 2 different versions, and they're pretty simple to remember because much like in English, you just add an S to the end to make it more than one, or plural. Alright, so let's get to it. So for the Spanish possessive adjectives, for the yo subject pronoun, we have the singular mi and then the plural mis. Then for the tú subject pronoun, we have the singular tú and then the plural tus. Then for the él, ella, and usted subject pronouns, we have the singular su and then the plural sus. And then for the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronouns, we also have the singular su and then the plural sus yet again. And then lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun, we have the singular nuestro and nuestra and then the plural nuestros and nuestras. So for this subject pronoun, we can see that there are two in each, right? Two in the singular and two in the plural. We have an O and an A ending for the singular, and then an OS and an AS for the plural. This basically means that there is the masculine and feminine version of each for the singular and the plural possessive adjective for the nosotros subject pronoun. So now what do these mean? Well, basically these all imply possession, but let's talk about the definition of possessive adjectives. So possessive adjectives, these that we've just named here in this chart, can be translated as my, your, his, her, our, their, and so forth. Possessive adjectives always go before the noun and do not replace the noun, which is the object or thing being owned. For example, let's take a look at this. In the Spanish sentence, mis zapatos son rojos. This translates to my shoes are red. So as we can see here, at the beginning of the sentence, we use the Spanish possessive adjective mis, which translates to my. So as we can see here, the possessive adjective that is used in this sentence must address the subject you're referring to, meaning the subject that is doing the owning or the possessing. The possessive adjective must also agree in number or amount with the noun it is referring to. So therefore, since the noun in this sentence, zapatos, or shoes in English, is a plural masculine noun in Spanish, the possessive adjective must reflect this, which is why we used the plural mis possessive adjective as opposed to the singular me, because there's more than one shoe being owned. On the other hand, possessive pronouns are different from possessive adjectives in that possessive pronouns always come after the noun in a sentence. For example, let's take the Spanish sentence, la chaqueta es tuya, which translates to the jacket is yours. As we can see in this sentence, the possessive pronoun must agree with the gender and number or amount of the noun, which is the object or thing being owned, and the subject that we're referring to that is doing the owning or the possessing. In this example, we used the singular tuya possessive pronoun, which derives from the tú subject pronoun. So therefore, this is an informal sentence because we know now that this possessive pronoun derives from the tú subject pronoun, which is the informal you in Spanish. In Spanish, possessive pronouns are usually found at the end or used near the end of a sentence, but they can also be used anywhere else as long as they follow and come after the subject and the verb. Alright, so now to close this video off, let's just bring up our possessive pronouns chart in Spanish so we can see them all laid out and see what subject pronouns each one is associated to. And you'll see, much like the possessive adjectives, there is also a singular version and a plural version for each one. So now let's start off by naming our 5 subject pronouns. We have yo, tú, él, ella, usted, ellos, ellas, ustedes, and of course nosotros and nosotras. So now let's start off with yo. So for the Spanish possessive pronouns, for the yo subject pronoun, we have the masculine singular mío, and then the feminine singular mía, and then we have the plural masculine míos, and then the plural feminine mías. These all have accents on the I. And then for the tú subject pronoun, we have the singular masculine tuyo, then the singular feminine tuya, and then we have the plural masculine tuyos, and then the plural feminine tuyas. And then for the él, ella, and usted subject pronoun, we have the singular masculine suyo, and then the singular feminine suya. And then of course we have the plural masculine suyos, and then the plural feminine suyas. And then for the ellos, ellas, and ustedes subject pronoun, it is the exact same thing, suyo, suya, and suyos, suyas. And then lastly, for the nosotros and nosotras subject pronoun, we have the masculine singular nuestro, and then the feminine singular nuestra, and then the masculine plural nuestros, and then the feminine plural nuestras. So there we go. Just like that, we have learned about possessives in Spanish, possessive pronouns, and possessive adjectives. These charts will be attached as resources to this video to help you study and so forth. I hoped it helped. See you in the next video. Welcome to the Spanish speaking practice video. The point of this video is to help develop your Spanish speaking skills through simulated conversations and also speaking role plays. What I'll be doing in this video is that I'll be presenting you with a variety of situations in which you'd likely need to speak Spanish, and these situations vary in theme. They can be either visiting a restaurant or catching up with a friend and so forth. And the whole point of this is to help you know and kind of guide you as to which subset of vocabulary in Spanish that you have learned thus far to use in order to reply back in a relevant and grammatically correct manner as well. Now, when you're doing these speaking conversation practices, what I'll be doing is that I'll be allotting you about 20 to 30 seconds per or between each of my lines to give you some time to, get your answer in. If you feel like this is not enough time, then of course you're welcome to pause this video, say your response, and then continue on and so forth. Now, one thing that I do recommend is that you have a, voice recorder, or you get your phone recording app near you, because it will be very helpful to you if, as we're doing this, that you record yourself, right? So that way you can hear the exchange played back, and so you can remember what you said, and if it aligns to any of the responses that are deemed correct. Because at the end of every role play, what will happen is that I will be, giving 2 to 3 different responses that would be deemed appropriate or correct for that question that I asked in the role play. So yes, at the end of every prompt, every conversational role play that we have, you will see a part of this video that I will be speaking and reviewing through each line and then telling you what would have been some great, grammatically correct or relevant responses that were appropriate to respond back to me to whatever I said. Because as this is simulated, so I can't know what you said, right? But I can kind of estimate and guide you to where you need to go and what to say. And so in order for that to happen, of course, there's more than one way to respond to something. So that is why I will be saying 2 to 3 responses that would be deemed correct. And of course, if your responses as you're going along these prompts, you start to notice that they do fall in line somewhat to what I'm saying, that means that you're on the right track. And continue, going back to this video even if you complete it for your own practice. Alright, so let's begin. Role play 1. Catching up with a friend. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien, me encanta escuchar eso. Yo también estoy bien. ¿Y qué has hecho estos pasados 2 meses? Oh, wow, muy interesante. ¿Y cómo está tu escuela o tu trabajo? Muy bien, ¿y cómo está tu familia? ¿Y tienes planes para este verano? Sí, qué bueno, se escucha muy genial. Yo también planeo en viajar, pero yo no sé a dónde. ¿Tienes recomendaciones? Oh, wow, qué interesante. Yo nunca he estado ahí. ¿Y te gustó? ¿Y prefieres el clima frío o caliente? Ah, yo también, yo también. Sí. Bueno, fue muy bueno verte otra vez. Ojalá que nos podamos ver pronto. Fue un placer hablar contigo. Chao, cuídate mucho. Adiós. Alright, so let's talk about this first simulated conversation prompt. I hope that wasn't too hard, and of course, if you did find it hard, I would recommend trying it again one more time before we delve deep into what would have been some great answers for you to respond with. Alright, so straight off the bat, we know that we are catching up with a friend, so that means we must use the tu subject pronoun, which is the informal you, right? Since this is a person that we are close to or, feel comfortable and familiar with. So, now let's talk about some of the questions that I asked you that you had to respond to. So my first one was, of course, Hola, ¿cómo estás? Which translates to hello, how are you? So what would have been an appropriate response? Well, it depends on your mood, right? But as long as you're using the correct conjugation, so that would be yo estoy ... right? So yo estoy feliz, yo estoy triste, yo estoy más o menos, right? I'm all right, so. So those would have been some great responses for that one. And then my next question was, ¿Y qué has hecho estos pasados 2 meses? Which translates to, so what have you done these past 2 months, right? So since this is a conversation where we're catching up with someone, the implication is that we haven't seen them in a while. So it's been 2 months. So here you could have said anything, really. You could have made it up, right? And that's the whole point of this. The point of this is to just get you practice speaking and thinking in Spanish of responses and the like. So you could have said, yo estuve trabajando, yo estuve estudiando, right? Using the, past progressive, I was studying, or I was, going to school, or I was working, right? So those would have been some great responses for that question. And then the next one I asked was, ¿Y cómo está tu escuela o tu trabajo? So this translates to, and how is school or work, right? Giving you the option and choice to respond to either one or both, whatever one is more relevant to you. And, if someone asks you this, well, what would you say? Well, think of what you would say in English, right? Oh, mi escuela está bien. Oh, mi trabajo está bien, right? My school is good. Work is good. Those two, would be great responses. And then I asked, ¿Y cómo está tu familia? Which translates to, how is your family? So again, this one is responded with a possessive, right? My family is, so mi familia está, you can say bien, mal, or whatever it is. So those would have been some great responses for that. And then we have, ¿Y tienes planes para este verano? Which translates to, do you have any summer plans? Any plans for this summer? And so again, you can respond here with the yo, right? Yo tengo, I have, ... Yo tengo muchos planes. I have a lot of plans. Yo tengo pocos planes. I have a little bit of plans. Yo no tengo planes. I don't have plans, right? And of course, you're always welcome to restate the question as you're responding to these. That's also something I need to mention, that, you're perfectly okay with doing that. If you don't want to, create a whole full, unique response, you can always restate the question and then add on your answer afterwards. That's perfectly okay to do in Spanish as well. And then I asked, yo no sé dónde viajar, ¿tienes recomendaciones? Which translates to, I don't know where to travel, do you have any recommendations? And so, of course, this is also something you can just make up. Name any country that you know. You don't have to be overly specific. The whole point of this is to just get you saying anything. And so whatever is relevant here would be, yo recomiendo, I recommend, yo recomiendo visitar Mexico, yo recomiendo visitar Canadá, I recommend visiting Mexico, I recommend visiting Canada. Those would have been some great responses for that question. And then I asked, ¿Y te gustó?, which is a follow-up question to my earlier question, and this translates to, and did you like it, right? So the implication here is that you told me a country, and now I'm asking you if you liked it, since you know a lot about it, and you probably visited it. So, again, here you can say sí, porque, yes, because, or no, porque, no, because, and then you follow up with whatever your response is. So something like, sí, porque estuvo muy bonito, which translates to, yes, because it was very pretty, right, or something like that. Or sí, porque hay mucho que hacer, which translates to, yes, because there is a lot to do, right? So those would have been some great responses for that question. And then lastly, I asked, ¿Y prefieres el clima frío o caliente? Which translates to, do you prefer the cold or hot climate? Again, this is another personal preference, question, so you can respond with yo prefiero, I prefer, right? So yo prefiero el clima caliente porque, or yo prefiero el clima frío porque, which, translates to I prefer the hot or cold climate because, right? So feel free to, just say whatever you know how to say. Don't worry about being overly perfect or trying to use big words. As long as the answer is relevant and grammatically correct, you are on the right track. So I hope this helped. Simulated conversation prompt 2. Introducing yourself to a stranger. Hola, mi nombre es John. ¿Cuál es su nombre? Pues es un placer. ¿Y de dónde viene usted? Oh, qué bueno. Yo conozco ese lugar. ¿Y cuáles son sus intereses? Ah, qué bueno, muy interesante. ¿Quieres saber sobre mis intereses? Pues a mí me gusta dibujar, escuchar música, ese tipo de cosas y ver películas. ¿Y qué más le gusta hacer a usted? Qué bueno. ¿Y tiene hermanos o hermanas? ¿Y tiene usted una familia grande o pequeña? Ah, ok, sí, mi familia es pequeña. Y una última pregunta. ¿Prefiere usted el café o el té? Bueno, fue un placer conocerlo hoy día. Hasta luego. Alright, so now let's delve into the second prompt and what would have been some great, relevant, and appropriate answers to each one of the questions that I asked you. In this prompt, we are introducing ourselves to a stranger, so this is much like the other one in which you will be using the yo and, very personal vocabulary from your bank, right? So just know that these two are very similar in that way, But there are some differences, right? Because in this one we will be using, or you should have been using rather, the usted subject pronoun, which is the formal you. And why is that? Because in this prompt we are talking with a stranger, not a friend, right? So that's just a key distinction between this prompt and the previous one. So now let's talk about the questions that were asked. So first things first, I introduced myself and then I asked, ¿Cuál es su nombre? Which means, what is your name? Formal, being asked formally. So of course, you can use the possessive here anytime we want to talk about our names or whatever it is we own. We always will use a possessive in Spanish, just like we do in English. So any answer, if your answer sounded like mi nombre es, or yo me llamo, you would be correct. More so for the first one, because the first one, mi nombre es, is more formal. Okay, great. So that would have been a great response for that one. And then I asked, ¿Y de dónde viene usted? Which translates to, where are you from, or where do you come from, right? So again, this question, again, you respond not with the possessive though, but with just a plain yo, right? I am from, so yo soy de, or yo vengo de, both work. If you said either one of those, you would have been correct. So let's say you want to say you're like from California, you would say yo soy de California, or if you come from California, you can say yo vengo de California. And then I asked, ¿Y cuáles son sus intereses? Which translates to, and what are your interests? So again, this is another personal question. You can take it in any direction that you want. Just make sure that when you're listing things, you don't need to conjugate. I know this is a mistake that often is made by students learning Spanish, that we have to conjugate every single verb, but that's not the case. If someone asks you, what do you like to do? You're going to say, like in English, I like drawing, I like singing, I like talking, right? ing. You conjugated those verbs. But in Spanish, you don't need to do that. So when you're listing things that you like, if you're not presently doing them, there's no reason to conjugate. So your answer should have sounded something like, me gusta dibujar, me gusta bailar, me gusta cantar, or, yo prefiero cantar, yo prefiero bailar, yo prefiero dibujar, right? So I said, I like to do this and that, or I prefer to do this and that. And as you can hear, I didn't conjugate those verbs. I kept the AR, ER, IR endings in them. Why? Well, because I'm not doing them right now. Just because I like doing them doesn't mean I have to conjugate, right? If I were doing them in the moment, then yes, I would have had to conjugate. So that's just an important tip. So hopefully that your answer sounded something like that, but if not, now you know. And then after that I asked, ¿Y quieres saber sobre mis intereses? So this one was kind of one like that kind of, how can I say, like basically kind of reeled you in, so the person feels comfortable with, talking about themselves a little bit. And this question that I asked, ¿Quieres saber sobre mis intereses? Translates to, do you want to know about my interests? And so let's presumably say you said yes, right, to keep the conversation going. So you would have said yes for that one. And then after that I asked you, ¿Y qué más le gusta hacer a usted? So that means that I want you to expand on, whatever it is that you have as hobbies and so forth, because we asked this previously, right? So this is just a follow-up question, or, trying to keep the conversation going, basically. And then I asked, ¿Y tiene hermanos o hermanas? Which translates to, do you have brothers or sisters? And so, of course, this is another one that you can say yes or no, but depending on what you know, right? Or you can make it up. And so you can say again, sí, yo tengo, and then the number and quantity of brothers or sisters that you have. That would have been correct. You could also say, no, no tengo, like, no, I don't have brothers or sisters, hermanos o hermanas. Both of those would have been correct, so either one. And then I asked, ¿Y tiene usted una familia grande o pequeña? Which translates to, do you have a large family or a small family. Again, this is another one where you can go in either direction where you would have been correct, right? Yo tengo, I have, again, that famous verb tener, tengo, I have. So, yo tengo una familia grande or yo tengo una familia pequeña. I have a big family, I have a small family. Either one works as well here in this context. And then my last question was a little bit of a different one, just to kind of not throw you off, but see if you can get that other subset of vocabulary that relates to food in. And so I asked, ¿prefiere usted el café o el té? Which translates to, do you prefer coffee or tea, right? And so again, this is another one where it's an either or, and you can make it up or actually answer in the way that you want to, as long as you know how to, of course. And yes, you would have been correct by saying, me gusta, right? I like, or yo prefiero, I prefer. Either one of those would have been correct answers. So I hope this helped. Role play 3, ordering at a restaurant. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es John y yo seré su mesero esta tarde. ¿Cómo está? Me alegra mucho escuchar eso. Bueno, primero vamos a comenzar con hablar sobre las bebidas. ¿Qué quisiera beber esta tarde usted? Muy bien, ¿y quisiera esa bebida con hielo o sin hielo? Muy bien, ya que acabamos de hablar sobre las bebidas, es hora de hablar sobre las comidas. Para su entrada, ¿quisiera usted tortillas o pan? Y para su curso principal, ¿quisiera usted pollo o puerco? También tenemos platos vegetarianos. ¿Está interesado usted o no? Muy bien, y ahora hablamos del postre. ¿Está usted interesado en un postre o no? Muy bien, eso está anotado. ¿Tiene otras preguntas o alergias o algo que debería yo saber sobre cómo usted come o lo que usted prefiere? Muy bien, entendido. ¿Y usted quiere la comida con mucho picante o poco picante? Ok, muy bien. Eso es todo, ¿verdad? Perfecto. Entonces usted pagará y me pedirá para el cheque cuando esté listo, ¿verdad? Muy bien. Gracias. Alright, great. So now let's talk about the third role play, which was you being in a restaurant and having an exchange with the waiter, right? El mesero. So now you were asked a bunch of things, about what would you like to eat for, would you like a dessert? Would you like an entree? What about for the main course and all of that? So that was a lot of great, back and forth exchange there. And of course, this allowed you to use your vocabulary bank that deals with food, right? And of course, notice how the waiter was using the usted subject pronoun, because obviously he was trying to be respectful to you. This is something that you will often find once you're, ordering food in a Spanish-speaking country or in a Spanish restaurant in general. That's just the way it is to keep the respect, right? We now know about the formality of different subjects and so forth. So let's talk about then now the questions that I asked, or the waiter asked, in the role play. The first one was, ¿Cómo está usted esta tarde? So this is the waiter asking you, how are you doing this afternoon, right? The role play is set in the afternoon, and the waiter is obviously trying to be approachable and friendly. So how would you have responded? Well, typically with, I'm doing good, right? So in Spanish that would be, yo estoy bien. But to add a little bit of a more, kind of politeness to it, you can say, yo estoy bien, gracias, right? So I am doing well, thank you. Another great response would be if you responded with, muy bien, gracias, y usted, right? So kind of trying to be polite by asking the waiter, how is he doing back, right? Asking the question back to the waiter, y usted, and you, how are you doing? So that's another way that you could have responded to that and been, appropriate and grammatically correct. Then after that, the waiter asked, ¿Qué quisiera beber esta tarde? Which translates to, what would you like to drink this afternoon? So, typically when you're at a restaurant, they ask about the drinks beforehand, before they ask about the main course and the actual food and so forth. So again, here you had a bit more free reign, right? You could have said anything. You could have said coffee, tea, a beer, anything. But what would have been a great starter to that? You could have said, yo quisiera una cerveza, right? I would like a beer. Or me gustaría una cerveza. I would like a beer, right? That's just an example. You can use either or of those. Yo quisiera or me gustaría. Yo quisiera translates to I would like, and then me gustaría would also translate to I would like. It's just another way of saying it. And another thing that you should know is that you're very welcome to repeat the question back to the speaker, right? So in this case, the waiter asked you quisiera, and then you could respond with sí, yo quisiera, right? So all you have to do is say yes or no, and then repeat that, sentence or question starter rather. So those would have been some great correct answers for that. Then you were asked, y quisiera esa bebida con o sin hielo, which translates to, would you like this drink with or without ice, right? So this is another yes or no type of question. So you could have said, sí, yo lo quisiera sin hielo, or sí, yo lo quisiera con hielo. That's either one. Yes, I would like it with ice, or no, I would like it without ice. Right? Whichever one, you feel more comfortable with, or you just thought up on the spot. Both, of course, are correct and are appropriate. Then you were asked, y para la entrada quisiera tortillas o pan, which translates to, and for your entree, would you like tortillas or bread, right? So another one which you have free reign to choose from. Again, what would have been correct? You could have said again the same, sentence starter as before, yo quisiera, or the other one, me gustaría, right? So yo quisiera tortillas or me gustaría pan. Either one, grammatically correct. And then you were asked, y para su curso principal, quisiera pollo o puerco? So this translates to, and for your main course, would you prefer or would you like chicken or pork? Again, another one that is completely dependent on you, but of course, since in this question you're only given those two options, you should stick with that for the time being, right? So what would have been great responses for this question? Well, you could use those two sentence starters, right? Either yo quisiera or me gustaría, and then you just fill the rest of the sentence up with your response. So you can say yo quisiera pollo or me gustaría puerco, whichever one works. And then you are asked, también tenemos platos vegetarianos. ¿Está interesado o no? Which translates to, we also have vegetarian meals. Are you interested or not? Again, this is another one where you have free reign. You can say yes or no, and then say why or why not, right? So you could have said, sí estoy interesado porque ... means yes, I am interested because, or no estoy interesado, gracias, right? No, I'm not interested, thanks. Both of those could have worked, completely up to you. And then you were asked, ¿Está interesado en un postre o no? Which translates to, are you interested in a dessert or not? Again, another yes or no question. You could have said, sí, estoy interesado, or no, no estoy interesado, gracias. Yes, I am interested. No, I am not interested. Thank you. And again, notice how in all of these, we're kind of restating the question, right? Repeating it in our answers. That's completely fine, as long as it is appropriate and, you're using the correct subject and a form of address and that it is relevant to the context. And then you were asked by the waiter, ¿Tiene preguntas, alergias o algo que debería saber sobre lo que come o prefiere? So this one was a bit of a long one, right? But it's great vocabulary here. This question translates to, do you have any questions, allergies, or something that I should know about what you or how you eat or what you prefer? And so, of course, this is something that is asked a lot, right, in restaurants. Do you have any allergies? Do you have any preferences and so forth? Like, do you want, like a bunch of utensils, or do you want napkins and so forth? And all of that type of stuff is covered in this question. So this is where you can come in and kind of flex your, knowledge or your vocabulary, whatever you feel comfortable saying. You can say, sí, tengo preguntas, which translates to, yes, I have questions, or sí, tengo alergias, yes, I have allergies, or just simple as, no, no tengo nada de esas cosas, which translates to, no, I have none of those things. And of course, if you ever want to just keep it polite, you can keep adding gracias, gracias to the end of your responses, just to make it a little bit more polite. And then you were asked, ¿Y quiere la comida con mucho o poco picante? Which translates to, do you want your food with a lot or a little bit of spice, right? This is yet again something else that is commonly asked in restaurants. And again, some people prefer a lot of spice or some people prefer a little bit. So what would have been some great responses to this? Well, you could have said, sí, quiero mucho picante, por favor. Or no, no quiero mucho picante, por favor. So, yes, I would like a lot of spice, please. Or no, I wouldn't like a lot of spice, please, or thank you. Those two would have been correct or great responses for this one. You could also just use, mucho or poquito, por favor, as, a quick way of saying it. But it's recommended that you respond with full sentences. So just know that as well. And then after that, you were asked, eso es todo, ¿verdad? Which translates to, and that is all, correct? And so for this one, you kind of had a little bit more of a free rein, right? You could have said whatever you wanted here. Just get some, sentences or a sentence in here just to practice your comfortability in speaking and so forth. So definitely, what would have been some great things here? You could have just restated the question again, said, sí, eso es todo. Gracias, which translates to yes, that is all, thank you. That would have been a great response. Or if you wanted to just add up some more details, you could have said, no tengo otra pregunta, which translates to no, I have another question. And lastly, you were asked, usted pedirá para el cheque cuando esté listo, ¿verdad? Which translates to, and you'll ask for the check when you are ready, correct? So again, this is just something that is asked about, paying the bill. When you're asking for the bill, for the check, in Spanish, this word is cheque. And so here you could have responded, sí, está bien, yes, that is fine, or no, and then, added whatever, filler words or, sentence continuers there to complete your answer. All right, so that's it for this role play. I hope it was helpful. Welcome to the Spanish reading practice video. In this video, we won't be actually delving into the exercises and practices that are in this course for reading practice in Spanish. Instead, these will be attached to this video as resources. Now you'll see them, and there are a variety of them, with a mix of multiple choice, fill in the blanks, and so forth. Now, this is very important to helping you, be able to comprehend what you're reading in Spanish a lot. And of course, reading is a huge component of mastering any language, Spanish included. So this is why I have assembled a list of these reading practices and exercises and resources for you to this video. The reason why I haven't added them to this video as we go along is because I want you to keep these resources even when you're not watching these lectures of this course. You can also, print them out and do them in your own time when you're not, watching this course simultaneously. That is why all of these reading practice exercises and resources are instead attached to this video instead. Now, as the course goes on, more and more of these will be attached to this video for reading practice, of course, and you're not only limited to these resources, I should add, but of course it's recommended that you visit, Spanish newspaper publication websites online, or that you pick up a Spanish newspaper if possible in your area, and so forth. All of these things will help you pick up the language as you keep on exposing yourself to reading it more and more in Spanish. Now, one other thing I should say, that in order to improve your reading comprehension skills, yes, you should definitely be reading publications, newspapers, magazines, and so forth, but you also have a variety of online resources on top of the ones provided in this course to, practice, right? So whether it's on YouTube or any other video site that you can access for free to watch some great, reading comprehension resources or exercises and the like. But what I would recommend to students is, of course, do these resources first, finish them, complete them, and then look back at what you've done. There's also answer keys attached to these resources, which of course I don't recommend you downloading until you've actually done the exercise first. And then you can compare and contrast your answer choices with the answer key and see how much you've gotten right or wrong. And then you'll be able to identify the key points and areas that you need to practice or study again more. This is what's great about these resources that are attached to this video. Now, I should mention that these all vary in length and also in difficulty and so forth. So that way that gives you a variety of different levels to work with as you are navigating your journey of learning Spanish. Well, that's all I have to say for this video. I hope that these resources for reading practice in Spanish come in handy to you and that you utilize them. See you in the next video. Welcome to the Spanish listening practice video. The purpose of this video is to help you boost your Spanish listening skills, a component of the language that is very important to mastering it. In this video, you will be listening to a variety of passages of a variety of lengths in Spanish and then be answering multiple choice questions afterwards. The list of these questions will also be available to this video attached for you to download, so that way you can also read along while listening to them. Now, these passages also differ and have a variety of difficulty, right? We'll have easy passages and then some harder passages. And these passages all contain great commonly used vocabulary words, so no need to sweat. Now, one thing that I like to tell students when listening to Spanish passages is that, remember, it is better to understand the gist or the main idea of a passage or sentence than to try to decode it word by word and end up confusing yourself in the process. So just keep that in mind when you're listening to these passages that I'll be reading twice each, and of course you can always rewind to play it again. Make sure you try to listen for the main idea, the key words like who, what, when, where, and how, names that are introduced, and so forth. This is just a general rule to know whenever you're listening to Spanish in general, because that way you'll at least know or have somewhat of an idea of what is being talked about. So let's begin. Here we go. Passage 1. Pasaje 1. La agencia de Tenetravel. Hola, nosotros somos la agencia Tenetravel y somos de la ciudad de Miami. Aquí tenemos muchas playas bonitas y comidas buenas para nuestros clientes. También tenemos muchas actividades para que nunca se aburra. Nuestra agencia le puede ayudar con su visita y viaje a Miami. Ofrecemos muchos paquetes y planes convenientes para su familia y su bolsillo. Visite Miami hoy, no se arrepentirá. Second reading. Hola, nosotros somos la agencia Tenetravel y somos de la ciudad de Miami. Aquí tenemos muchas playas bonitas y comidas buenas para nuestros clientes.
También tenemos muchas actividades para que nunca se aburra. Nuestra agencia le puede ayudar con su visita y viaje a Miami. Ofrecemos muchos paquetes y planes convenientes para su familia y su bolsillo. Visite Miami hoy, no se arrepentirá. Questions for Passage 1. Preguntas para pasaje 1. 1. ¿Qué tipo de negocio es Travel? A. Una agencia de viaje. B. Una escuela. C. Un dormitorio. D. Un museo. 2. ¿A dónde está localizado Travel? A. En Nueva York. B. En Florida. C. En California. D. En Canadá. 3. Según el pasaje, ¿qué ofrece Travel? A. Ropa nueva. B. Comida caliente. C. Paquetes convenientes. D. Un hotel de 5 estrellas. 4. ¿Cuál es el propósito de este pasaje? A. Para educar. B. Para anunciar. C. Para advertir. D. Para entretener. Make sure to pause here before moving on. Passage 2. Pasaje 2. Los hechos sobre los conejos. Los conejos son animales muy dóciles y tranquilos. En la naturaleza, ellos viven debajo de la tierra en hoyos profundos. Ellos corren rápido y utilizan las fuerzas de sus patas y típicamente viven de 8 a 12 años. Los conejos también pueden ser domesticados y muchas personas los tienen como mascotas en sus viviendas. Ellos solo comen los vegetales y no comen carne. Así que, si estás pensando en adoptar un conejito, compra muchas zanahorias. Second reading. Los conejos son animales muy dóciles y tranquilos. En la naturaleza, ellos viven debajo de la tierra en hoyos profundos. Ellos corren rápido y utilizan las fuerzas de sus patas y típicamente viven de 8 a 12 años. Los conejos también pueden ser domesticados y muchas personas los tienen como mascotas en sus viviendas. Ellos solo comen los vegetales y no comen carne. Así que, si estás pensando en adoptar un conejito, compra muchas zanahorias. Questions for Passage 2. Preguntas para pasaje 2. 1. ¿Cuál es el propósito de este pasaje? A. Para anunciar. B. Para entretener. C. Para informar. D. Para advertir. 2. ¿Por cuántos años típicamente viven los conejos? A. De 1 a 3 años. B. De 5 a 10 años. C. De 7 a 11 años. D. De 8 a 12 años. 3. ¿Qué no comen los conejos? A. Los vegetales. B. La carne. C. Las zanahorias. D. Los tomates. 4. ¿A dónde viven los conejos? A. En la ciudad. B. En los desiertos. C. En los árboles. D. En los hoyos profundos. Make sure to pause here before moving on. Passage 3. Pasaje 3. La biografía de Jennifer. Jennifer es una cantante y actriz muy famosa. Ella tiene una voz maravillosa y ha aparecido en muchas películas y telenovelas. También canta y tiene muchos discos con muchos éxitos. Ella deseaba ser cantante y actriz famosa desde que ella era una niña y, a la edad de 16, firmó un contrato para lanzar su carrera con la empresa Vivid Entertainment. Ahora, ella es una de las estrellas más grandes de todo el mundo. Second reading. Jennifer es una cantante y actriz muy famosa. Ella tiene una voz maravillosa y ha aparecido en muchas películas y telenovelas. también canta y tiene muchos discos con muchos éxitos. Ella deseaba ser cantante y actriz famosa desde que ella era una niña y, a la edad de 16, firmó un contrato para lanzar su carrera con la empresa Vivid Entertainment. Ahora, ella es una de las estrellas más grandes de todo el mundo. Questions for Passage 3. Preguntas para el pasaje 3. 1. ¿Cuáles son los talentos de Jennifer? A. Bailar y escribir. B. Cantar y actuar. C. Correr y saltar. D. Actuar y dibujar. 2. ¿De dónde es Jennifer? A. De los Estados Unidos. B. De Canadá. C. De México. D. No se sabe. 3. ¿Desde cuándo quería ser Jennifer una actriz y cantante? A. Desde que tuvo 16 años. B. Desde que era niña. C. Desde que tuvo 18 años. D. No se sabe. 4. ¿Cuál es el propósito de este pasaje? A. Para informar. B. Para entretener. C. Para anunciar. D. Para enseñar. Make sure to pause here before moving on. Passage 4. Pasaje 4. Marina, la caperucita roja. Marina es una muchacha que le gusta muchísimo el color rojo. Desde que era pequeña, siempre le gustaban todas las cosas rojas. En día presente, ella tiene sus vestidos, bolsas, zapatos y hasta su carro en el color rojo. Nadie sabe por qué a ella le encanta este color tanto, pero por eso la llaman la caperucita roja. Second reading. Marina es una muchacha que le gusta muchísimo el color rojo. Desde que era pequeña, siempre le gustaban todas las cosas rojas. En día presente, ella tiene sus vestidos, bolsas, zapatos y hasta su carro en el color rojo. Nadie sabe por qué a ella le encanta tanto este color, pero por eso la llaman la caperucita roja. Questions for Passage 4. Preguntas para el pasaje 4. 1. ¿Cuál es el color que le gusta a Marina? A. Verde. B. Amarillo. C. Café. D. Rojo. 2. ¿Desde cuándo le gustaba este color a Marina? A. Desde que era grande. B. Desde que era pequeña. C. Desde que nació su hermanita. D. Desde que descubrió el cuento de la caperucita roja. 3. ¿Por qué le llaman a Marina la caperucita roja? A. Porque se parece a la caricatura. B. Porque le gusta el color rojo. C. Porque camina por el bosque. D. Porque no tiene miedo de nada. 4. ¿Cuál de estos objetos de Marina no fueron mencionados en el pasaje? A. Su carro. B. Sus vestidos. C. Sus bolsas. D. Sus libros. Make sure to pause here before moving on. Passage 5. Pasaje 5. Las temporadas del año. Las 4 temporadas del año son muy diferentes. Tenemos la primavera, el verano, el otoño y el invierno. En la primavera, típicamente llueve mucho y los árboles crecen a tener hojas muy verdes. En el verano, típicamente hace mucho calor y todo mundo va a la playa para relajarse y refrescarse. En el otoño, las hojas se convierten naranjas y empiezan a caerse de los árboles. Y finalmente, en el invierno, hace mucho frío y en algunas partes del mundo también cae nieve. Second reading. Las 4 temporadas del año son muy diferentes. tenemos la primavera, el verano, el otoño y el invierno. En la primavera, típicamente llueve mucho y los árboles crecen a tener hojas muy verdes. En el verano, típicamente hace mucho calor y todo mundo va a la playa para relajarse y refrescarse. En el otoño, las hojas se convierten naranjas y empiezan a caerse de los árboles. Y finalmente, en el invierno hace mucho frío y en algunas partes del mundo también cae nieve. Questions for Passage 5. Preguntas para Pasaje 5. 1. ¿En qué temporada hace mucho calor? A. El invierno. B. El verano. C. El otoño. D. La primavera. 2. ¿En qué temporada se convierten las hojas naranjas? A. La primavera. B. El verano. C. El invierno. D. El otoño. 3. ¿En qué temporada cae la nieve? A. El otoño. B. El verano. C. El invierno. D. La primavera. Make sure to pause here before moving on. Passage 6. Pasaje 6. Las preferencias sobre la comida. Algunas personas prefieren el té sobre el café, mientras que otras prefieren las hamburguesas sobre la pizza. Estas bebidas y comidas son muy populares por todo el mundo, así que no cae como sorpresa de que algunas personas prefieran uno sobre el otro. Cada persona tiene una preferencia personal. ¿Y usted qué prefiere? ¿El té o el café? ¿Las hamburguesas o la pizza? Second reading. Algunas personas prefieren el té sobre el café, mientras que otras prefieren las hamburguesas sobre la pizza. Estas bebidas y comidas son muy populares por todo el mundo, así que no cae como sorpresa de que algunas personas prefieran uno sobre el otro. Cada persona tiene una preferencia personal. ¿Y usted qué prefiere? ¿El té o el café? ¿Las hamburguesas o la pizza? Questions for Passage 6. Preguntas para el pasaje 6. 1. ¿Qué es una preferencia? A. Una opinión personal. B. Un hecho completo. C. Un deseo. D. Ninguna de estas opciones. 2. ¿Cuál de estas opciones representan las hamburguesas y la pizza? A. Bebidas. B. Comidas. C. Medicinas. D. Cocinas. 3. ¿Qué dice el pasaje sobre estas bebidas y comidas? A. Son muy especiales. B. Son muy grandes. C. Son muy populares. D. Son muy saludables. 4. ¿Cuál de estas preguntas se hace en este pasaje? A. ¿Prefieres agua o el jugo? B. ¿Prefieres el invierno o el verano? C. ¿Prefieres las mañanas o las tardes? D. ¿Prefieres el té o el café? Make sure to pause here before moving on. Passage 7. Pasaje 7. Elena, la estudiante de inglés. Hola, me llamo Elena. Yo soy de México y hablo el español, pero estoy aprendiendo el inglés en mi universidad. Uno de mis sueños es poder visitar a los Estados Unidos para estudiar ahí por un semestre, y por eso yo estoy estudiando el inglés. También me gustaría ir para poder visitar a mis familiares, como mis tíos y primos, que no he visto en mucho tiempo. Ojalá que mejore mi inglés. Hasta luego. Second reading. Hola, me llamo Elena. Yo soy de México y hablo el español, pero estoy aprendiendo el inglés en mi universidad. Uno de mis sueños es poder visitar a los Estados Unidos para estudiar ahí por un semestre, y por eso yo estoy estudiando el inglés. También me gustaría ir para poder visitar a mis familiares, como mis tíos y primos que no he visto en mucho tiempo. Ojalá que mejore mi inglés. Hasta luego. Questions for Passage 7. Preguntas para el pasaje 7. 1. ¿Qué idioma está estudiando Elena? A. Inglés. B. Japonés. C. Español. D. Francés. 2. ¿Qué idioma ya sabe hablar Elena? A. Inglés. B. Japonés. C. Español. D. Francés. 3. ¿En qué país vive Elena? A. Los Estados Unidos. B. México. C. Perú. D. Argentina. 4. ¿Por qué quiere visitar a los Estados Unidos Elena? A. Para visitar a la ciudad de Nueva York. B. Para visitar a California. C. Para estudiar y visitar a sus familiares. D. Para visitar a una amiga. Make sure to pause here before moving on. Passage 8. Pasaje 8. La ciudad de Nueva York. La ciudad de Nueva York es la más grande ciudad de los Estados Unidos, con una población de casi 9 millones de habitantes. Esta ciudad es el centro comercial, económico y cultural del entero país, y también es una de las ciudades más grandes del entero mundo. En una ciudad tan grande como Nueva York hay mucho que hacer y visitar. Second reading. La ciudad de Nueva York es la más grande ciudad de los Estados Unidos, con una población de casi 9 millones de habitantes. Esta ciudad es el centro comercial, económico y cultural del entero país, y también es una de las ciudades más grandes del entero mundo. En una ciudad tan grande como Nueva York hay mucho que hacer y visitar. Questions for Passage 8. Preguntas para el pasaje 8. 1. ¿Cuántas personas viven en la ciudad de Nueva York? A. Casi 9 millones. B. Casi 8 millones. C. Casi 7 millones. D. Casi 10 millones. 2. La ciudad de Nueva York es un centro comercial, económico y A. Diverso. B. Cultural. C. De entretenimiento. D. Turístico. 3. ¿Cierto o falso? El pasaje dice que Nueva York es una de las ciudades más grandes del entero mundo. A. Cierto. B. Falso. 4. ¿Cuál es el propósito de este pasaje? A. Para entretener. B. Para informar. C. Para advertir. D. Para anunciar. Make sure to pause here before moving on. Passage 9. Pasaje 9. El fútbol en Latinoamérica. En Latinoamérica, el fútbol es el deporte más popular. Cada país en Latinoamérica tiene su equipo competitivo nacional que representa a cada país en competiciones al nivel competitivo regional, como la Copa América Sudamericana. Este deporte es tan popular que cada vez que hay una competición, los estadios se llenan completamente. Second reading. En Latinoamérica, el fútbol es el deporte más popular. Cada país en Latinoamérica tiene su equipo competitivo nacional que representa a cada país en competiciones al nivel competitivo regional, como la Copa América Sudamericana. Este deporte es tan popular que cada vez que hay una competición, los estadios se llenan completamente. Questions for Passage 9. Preguntas para el pasaje 9. 1. ¿Cuál es el deporte más popular de Latinoamérica? A. Baloncesto. B. Tenis. C. Fútbol. D. Béisbol. 2. ¿Qué es la Copa América? A. Una competición de fútbol. B. Un programa de deportes. C. Una competición de béisbol. D. Un programa regional. 3. qué región del mundo participa en la Copa América? A. Europa. B. África. C. América del Norte. D. América del Sur. 4. Según el pasaje, ¿por qué es tan popular el fútbol en Latinoamérica? A. Porque se llenan todos los estadios. B. Porque no hay otros deportes. C. Porque solo se juega el fútbol. D. Ninguna de estas opciones. Make sure to pause here before moving on. Passage 10. Pasaje 10. El Parque Central de California. El Parque Central de California es muy grande. Hay mucho espacio para poder caminar, correr, relajar y andar en bicicleta. Este parque también tiene muchos diferentes árboles, flores y lagos. La belleza de este parque es muy especial. Si necesita un poquito de paz o tranquilidad en su vida, yo recomiendo visitar este parque. Second reading. El Parque Central de California es muy grande. Hay mucho espacio para poder caminar, correr, relajar y andar en bicicleta. Este parque también tiene muchos diferentes árboles, flores y lagos. La belleza de este parque es muy especial. Si necesita un poquito de paz o tranquilidad en su vida, yo recomiendo visitar este parque. Questions for Passage 10. Preguntas para el pasaje 10. 1. ¿Dónde está este parque? A. En México. B. En Nueva York. C. En California. D. En Colombia. 2. Según el pasaje, ¿es este parque grande o pequeño? A. Grande. B. Pequeño. 3. Este parque tiene muchos diferentes A. Flores, árboles y caminos. B. Árboles, flores y juegos. C. Flores, árboles y animales. D. Árboles, flores y lagos. 4. Según el pasaje, ¿por qué deberías visitar este parque? A. Si necesitas entretenimiento. B. Si necesitas paz y tranquilidad. C. Si necesitas ver algo nuevo. D. Si necesitas diversión. Make sure to pause here before moving on. Passage 11. Pasaje 11. El Sol y la Luna. Imagínase un mundo sin el Sol y la Luna. Imposible, ¿verdad? Es obvio que el Sol y la Luna son muy significativos para nuestro planeta. Los dos son igualmente de importantes y nos enseñan la importancia del balance en la vida. Si no hay sol, nunca llegará el día. Si no hay luna, nunca llegará la noche. Second reading. Imagínese un mundo sin el sol y la luna. Imposible, ¿verdad? Es obvio que el sol y la luna son muy significativos para nuestro planeta. Los dos son igualmente de importantes y nos enseñan la importancia del balance en la vida. Si no hay sol, nunca llegará el día. Si no hay luna, nunca llegará la noche. Questions for Passage 11. 1. ¿Qué significa significativos? A. Importantes. B. Insignificativos. C. Urgente. D. Nuevo. 2. Según el pasaje, ¿qué es imposible? A. Un mundo sin planetas. B. Un mundo sin la luna. C. Un mundo sin el sol y la luna. D. Un mundo sin el sol. 3. ¿Qué nos enseña el sol y la luna? A. El imbalance de la vida. B. El balance de la vida. C. El calentamiento global. D. Ninguna de estas opciones. 4. Según el pasaje, ¿qué no llegará sin el sol y la luna? A. El invierno y el verano. B. El otoño y la primavera. C. La tarde y la mañana. D. El día y la noche. Make sure to pause here before moving on. Alright, so that was the last passage for this listening practice video. Please make sure to look over your answer choices before downloading the answer key.
Welcome to the thank you and congratulations video for this course. Before I begin, I would just like to say that I'll be reading this thank you and congratulations both in English and in Spanish, and that a transcription will be attached to this video so you can follow along and read in Spanish as I'm speaking. Alright, so I would just like to thank you so much for enrolling in my course. I really appreciate it. Without your support, this course would not have been possible. Hopefully you found this course to be both informative and beneficial to learning Spanish. And I would also like to say that this course will always be available for you in case you need to go back and revise certain lessons or sections of the course. And that all of the resources that you have utilized in this course will always be available for you to download. With what you have learned in this course, you have now established a solid foundation in Spanish to be able to speak, write, listen, and even read in the language. But, like everything in life, in order to obtain fluidity and fluency in the language, you must practice it daily. So how do you do this? Well, what I recommend is watching programs and movies in Spanish and speaking to anyone that you may know in real life, such as a friend that knows even just a little bit of Spanish. And also, of course, reading articles and news in Spanish. If you follow these recommendations, you'll notice how your Spanish will improve through time naturally. But above all, I would just like to congratulate you for getting this far. You have worked very hard, and I thank you for completing my course. And of course, it was a pleasure to be able to teach you Spanish. Thank you for everything. Muchas gracias por inscribirse en mi curso, lo aprecio mucho. Sin su apoyo, este curso no sería posible. Ojalá que usted encontró este curso informativo y beneficial para poder aprender el español. Y también, este curso siempre estará disponible para usted si necesita revisar ciertas lecciones o secciones. También, todos los recursos que ha utilizado en este curso siempre estarán disponibles para descargar. Con lo que ha aprendido en este curso, ya ha establecido una fundación sólida para poder escribir, hablar, escuchar y hasta leer en español. Pero, como todo en la vida, para poder obtener fluidez en este idioma, se necesita practicarlo diariamente. ¿Y cómo se hace eso? Pues yo recomiendo ver programas y películas en español y también hablar con conocidos o con un amigo que sabe hablar hasta un poquito de español. Si usted sigue estas recomendaciones, va a notar cómo su español se mejorará con el tiempo naturalmente. Pero sobre todo le quiero dar mis felicitaciones por completar mi curso. Usted ha trabajado muy duro para llegar aquí y fue un placer enseñarle el español. Gracias por todo.